Hello, everyone. We all here? It's 1 minute too. I'm just kind of seeing if everyone's here. I don't see Councillor Hughes. I'll give her a couple more seconds and then we'll start. How's everyone?
Sun is shining. We're all here.
You're very quiet. All right, it's 2 o'clock. We'll start. Oh, there's Councillor Hughes. Excellent. So we're going to start this meeting. I'll call it to order for Monday, May 31st, 2021. We've got 100% attendance with us today. Before we go any further, I think it's probably important that we take a moment to acknowledge some of the revelations that were in the press and in the news over the weekend. City of St. Albert does have all their flags at half-mast for the next 215 hours to honor the lives lost in Kamloops. And I noticed many of us are wearing our Peihonen and or orange t-shirts because that is the color for Every Child Matters. So I really appreciate that. But I thought there's a lot of work that we need to do, Council, and we've just started conversations about where we go from here. The City of St. Albert has already, in my opinion, done a fair amount of work on reconciliation, and I have encouraged our residents over the last 24 hours to take the time to read the Peihonen report, familiarize yourself with the 94 calls to action, and take some ownership on themselves by taking the pledge, etc. For today, we're not going to have a huge conversation about it, but I would like to take a moment, and it will be a long moment. It is 215 seconds of silence. Works out to be about 3.5 minutes. But if you guys will bear with me, I'm asking that we have that moment of silence. And all of us on the call, all of us watching at home, can take a moment and reflect on their own education journey into where they sit with reconciliation and what further actions they can do and what further calls to action for their friends and family to do. So I will start the timer just so I know where we are, because I want to make sure that's exactly 215 seconds for 215 lives lost. So thank you guys. Moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. That was remarkably long because there was a lot of lives lost. And although it might be uncomfortable to sit there in silence, the entire conversation is quite often uncomfortable. So I appreciate everyone's indulgence with that. And honestly, if anyone on our council wants to take a moment to say a few words, this is an opportunity. If you want to take it, you can save it for the end of the meeting during announcements and etc. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but this is an opportunity if you want to take it. I'll let you think about it. We can come back to it later. The next thing on our agenda is on a little bit lighter of a scale. We do have a proclamation today. For the second or third year in a row. Is Diane Anker with us? There she is. Hi, Diane. We are proclaiming this month Recreation and Parks Month. So it's really nice of you to join us, Diane. I was just out walking because it's so beautiful outside, which is really part of recreation and parks. And I walked over to the Healing Garden this afternoon. By the way, there are little hearts that say 215 that have been taped to the Healing Garden, and there's starting to become a collection of children's shoes on the bench. So anyway, Diane, Parks and Recreation. I will read the proclamation, and if you want to say a few words after I virtually hand it off to you, that would be awesome. So, whereas the City of St. Albert provides many opportunities for individuals and families to lead an active and healthy lifestyle year-round, through registered and drop-in programs, spontaneous use activities, recreation facilities, and parks and green spaces. You can stay active by exercising at home, playing in parks, walking or biking along trails, or joining in the many fitness opportunities online, outdoors, and indoors when permitted according to provincial health measures. And whereas recreation promotes mental, physical, and social health benefits for people of all ages and is even more important for overall health during this pandemic. Whereas participating in recreational activities cultivates social interaction, cultural diversity, and family unity to build a strong, connected community. And whereas we invite residents and visitors to celebrate the summer by participating in a wide variety of recreational activities and to enjoy the outdoor parks and trails throughout the city. Now, therefore, on behalf of Council, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, in recognition of the benefits and value of recreation and parks, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 as Recreation and Parks Month in St. Albert. So, thank you again for joining us. The proclamation really says it all. The pandemic has really highlighted how much we need recreation, especially outdoor recreation in our park system. So Diane, do you have any words? Do you want to add?
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for proclaiming June Recreation and Parks Month. I do think the proclamation says a lot, but I have a short video that I'd like to share, if that's possible.
Yeah,
that just highlights some of the opportunities and ways the community can get involved in June Recreation and Parks Month and stay active outdoors. So if I can share my screen, I will share a short video.
June is Recreation and Parks Month. Welcome to a bike tour along the Red Willow Trail for a glimpse of ways you can get active and enjoy recreation in St. Albert. Please share the outdoor recreation spaces and stay safe by following all provincial public health measures. Show your support for JRPM and join in the June Backyard Challenge with weekly activities and a social media photo sharing contest. And be sure to track your activity minutes until June 30th on the Participaction mobile app for the Community Better Challenge.
Thanks, Diane.
Okay, I'm
I
exhausted.
did not
I'm
know that
exhausted.
we were home to the Alberta's largest public rose garden. That was something new for me. And I have a question. Whose green toes were those going down the slide? Are those yours, Dan?
No, those are Molly, our marketing and communications coordinator, who actually filmed the video for us. And as you can see, our trails and parks are so well used, and we just really encourage our residents, St. Albertans, to get out there and get active in June and all year long.
The video said that we have 2 outdoor workout spaces, one at Lions Park. Where's the other one?
Lacombe Park.
Lacombe Park, yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Diane, and have a great month. We'll celebrate this all month long.
Great, thanks. Looking forward to seeing everyone out in the parks.
I'm just going to keep playing the video because then I don't have to go for a walk.
All right, we do have a couple registered speakers. One is for the public hearing, but we have Megan Summer with us right now for the Give for Good Foundation. So Megan, thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you for having me.
You can start your 5-minute presentation whenever you're ready.
Perfect, sounds good. I'll keep an eye on the clock here because I like to talk. So yeah, my name is Megan Summer and I live in St. Albert. I went to high school here and junior high. It's a beautiful community. And I appreciate all the parks because right now I'm on maternity leave and I have 3 little kids. So I think we've been exploring all the parks in St. Albert. So thanks you guys for that. So essentially my background is actually public health. So I work for Alberta Health Services on their Seniors Health Provincial team when I'm not on maternity leave. But I wanted to talk to you guys a bit about the Give for Good Foundation, and I'll share my screen if that's okay with you guys, just to have a slide up. That's all right. And I will just present this. Okay. So the Give for Good Foundation is a bit of a passion project of mine that I've been working on for the last 2 years. It's a registered non-for-profit organization under the Societies Act. We are applying to receive charitable status to be able to issue tax receipts through the CRA. So that's in the works. But essentially it's trying, we're really trying to help sort of alleviate the effects of poverty by fostering this community of giving within, the, I guess, Alberta and hopefully across Canada one day. So in every community, there are families and individuals who are struggling to access goods and services. And in every individual, there are individuals and businesses who are looking to give to help those in need. The Give for Good Foundation is an online website that helps facilitate this connection, and it removes all of these barriers for those who are looking to receive and who are in need, and for those who are looking to give. So, directly connecting these items and services to those who are in need, eliminating the need for those big donation depots, etc. So a bit of an example of this, it's a bit easier to understand if I give an example. So let's say you're a single parent and you need size 5 hockey skates for your kid, or you need a haircut or dental work or physiotherapy, whatever it is. You could essentially go onto our website, list exactly what it is that you need, and then be connected directly to someone in your community who would like to fulfill that request. It could happen with like lawn maintenance or shoveling for seniors in the winter. I think giving is endless. And I think we're really excited that this has some potential to really help some people in need within our community. And likewise, if you're a business and you want to be able to give back, so let's say you're a hairdresser and you have some pretty dead days on Thursday afternoons, you can go and post this on the site and someone in need can then get this haircut or dental work or what have you. So right now we are we're hoping to pilot the site with a group of low-income, low language literacy women and children from EMCN in Edmonton, the Newcomer Society. And then once we finish working out all of the kinks on our website, we're hoping to then open it up to everyone across kind of the Edmonton, St. Albert region, and then hopefully across Alberta and then Canada one day. So right now we're working hard to secure some grant funding, which has been really, really challenging. So we're also looking for corporate sponsorships as well. And yeah, we're just really hoping that this will be up and running. One other thing I wanted to mention is we're hoping to work through nonprofit organizations in the community as sort of a vetting system. So working with nonprofits, schools, social workers, and then giving their clients access to the site to be able to post what it is that they need and to be able to access the goods and services that are donated on the site. And yeah, essentially that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. Thanks again. I'm just really grateful to have had this opportunity to present to you what we're trying to achieve, and definitely more than happy to connect with any of you to share more details, or if you have any advice or contacts or support that you think would really help us realize our vision, I'm more than happy to connect with you. So here, I'll leave my contact information there in case anyone wants to jot it down. And then I'll
It's
stop.
simple to remember. Giftforgood.ca.
Thank
Well,
you very much.
Megan, my first thought was, have you contacted the Chamber of Commerce?
No, I have not.
That might be a good place to start. They have obviously, I can't even remember, 800 or 900 businesses that they connect with that might be able to help promote, and they could offer their services. And then of course we have an extensive network of oops, I see the timer, not-for-profits, such as the food bank and Parents Place. There's a new group that just presented to council. Oh my God, why am I forgetting it? Lena's group.
Okay.
It's going to come up with me anyway. Yeah, so I think it's an awesome idea. So, but I think the chamber might be a really good place to start.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Anyone else have any questions for Megan or any advice? Go ahead, Ray, and then Jackie.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. You're really trying to do something really good, and I applaud you for that. So you're looking for money, that's one. And you're looking for, are you looking for people to like do services now at this time? So if somebody wants to cut somebody's lawn who needs help, or do something when somebody needs help, so we should tell them to contact you. Is that what you're looking for?
So what we're hoping is we're going to start with items first. And then once we work out all of those kinks, then we'll open up the bag of worms that is services on the website. So I just wanted to let you guys know, if you start seeing us posting on Facebook and Instagram, I'm really going to target a lot of those Facebook moms groups, because I think that they have a lot of goods or items that they would like to give to, we're starting to pilot with women and children, or young, low-income families, I suppose.
So the items you're looking for are what? Like, explain, so then I can direct people with items to your website. Or
Sure. Anything. The women from EMCN identified that they need things such as baby formula, baby items, baby clothes, car seat, not car seats, sorry, that's not legal, strollers, those types of items.
okay.
But again, we will hopefully on our website, what we're hoping to have is a list of high need items on the website. And then on our Instagram or social media pages, hopefully we'll have that list of high need items, similar to how Bissell Center or Boyle Street posts on their social media. But
And when you get to the point when you're looking for services and things like that, we do have a youth committee, and
okay.
They were trying to jointly do things with the seniors committee to try to find ways to help seniors do things like that, like cut lawns and shovel snows. And so maybe when you get to that point, you could come and talk to either the seniors and or the youth committee and tell them what you do, and they may be able to give you some help or assistance.
Oh, no, that would be fantastic. I'm constantly looking for volunteers like this. I started this on my own, and we have a board of directors now, and we have lots of different volunteers. So the website isn't up and running just yet. So you'll see it, but it's not functional yet. We're hoping to have it working by the mid to end summer. It'll be ready to go, and we're ready to pilot. And then once it's working really well, then we'll open it up to everybody. But that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
And it appears you might have asked Councillor Hansen's questions, because her hand is now down. Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I would just throw out there as well, as once you're looking into services, the City of Edmonton actually funds kind of a program across a lot of different senior centers that connects seniors with resources to help them age in place. So I actually ran one of those programs out of the North Edmonton Seniors Association. So they'd be a good resource as well. Just
Okay, and is that just the city of Edmonton? Is there a certain contact or I guess division?
There, you know what, there would be. Certainly if you go to the North Edmonton Seniors Association website, there'll be a link on there for sure. And feel free to email me if you can't find that.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was also thinking, Meg, we have a newcomers group here in St. Albert that you might want to get in touch with and really make some changes and difference for residents right here in St. Albert. That might be really beneficial as well. I think Cheryl DeMont, who is also a school trustee, runs the newcomers group. So, and she's easy to find. And again, if you email any one of us, we can get you some contact information. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone.
Sure. Yeah, this is exciting. I see it as not the exact same thing, but a replacement for a gap that was left in our city when the Community Information and Volunteer Center closed down. So you might be able to fill some of that gap. I got thumbs up from Jackie. Okay, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, council. Consent agenda, so we've got 8.1 pulled. Ken, go ahead. You want to read?
No, you didn't adopt. We didn't adopt the agenda. Are you going to adopt the
agenda? Oh,
agenda?
right. Yeah, because I went straight to the moment of silence. Thank you for that. Can you make that motion, Ken?
Sure. I just felt left out.
That's normally your role.
Yeah, that's how come I knew we missed something. I usually talk before now. That the May 31st, 2021 agenda be adopted as presented. Sorry, I was reading off of Renee's writing there, and there's a couple extra numbers.
All right, I will call for the vote on that. All those in favor, holding hands, so that is unanimous. Okay. All right. Any business arising or any questions maybe on the Give for Good Foundation for staff? Oh, okay. Moving on. Now we'll do consent agenda. Anyone want to move everything except for 8.1? How about you, Councillor Watkins? I'll just start picking on people. Thanks.
Sure. That the proposed recommendations in the following agenda report be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of May 17th, 2021. 9.1 bylaws 24-2021 and bylaw 25-2021 Erin Ridge North redistricting density area structure plan and land use bylaw first reading. 9.2 bylaws 10-2021 and 11-2021 proposed redistricting schedule A update land use bylaw amendment and development permit for 32 Aikens Drive first reading. And 9.3 bylaw 38-2021 land use bylaw downtown district first reading.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay. So going through the agenda now, we just approved the minutes from May 17th on consent. And 7.1 is an appointment to the Seniors Advisory Committee. So before I get into it, was it Councillor Hanson and Councillor Watkins that did the interviews?
Correct.
All right. So do you guys have any comments before we go to the vote? Okay, then I'm going to actually look to you, Councillor Watkins, because you're the rep on that committee to make the motion.
Okay. Second. Maybe you just put the name in the chat there. It's Mr. Kang. Sorry, I forget his first name. It's BK Kang, isn't it?
It's on, if you want quick reference, it's on page 28 of the agenda package.
Okay. Sorry, I had to change computers there.
It's okay.
Okay, 28.
It's also available in the chat.
Okay. Okay, I'll move that. Sorry, I'll scroll down here again. That Bakshish Kang, be appointed as a member of the City of St. Albert Seniors Advisory Committee for the term ending December 31st, 2022.
Accept that. Any comments?
We interviewed Mr. Kang, and he's a very enthusiastic member of the community and has been involved in the community for some time and lived in St. Albert for some time and was very passionate about seniors and helping seniors and seems like a very caring person. Maybe Councillor Hughes has, or Councillor Hanson has something else to add.
Yeah, I would just say it was a great interview, and he'll certainly be a great addition to the group, but it was disappointing that we only had one person apply. So it was too bad that we didn't have, a few. So I'm not sure how we get around that or how we talk about that going forward, but there's lots of fantastic people out there that would serve all of our committees really well. So not sure what happened, but only one. Looking forward to having him though.
Well, my experience with BK, he always signs his emails, is that he has been engaged in our community for a long time, and I think you're right. I think he'll make a good addition. So
yeah, fantastic.
All right, call for the vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on to 8.1, which was the amendments to Council Policy C03. Councillor Watkins, you pulled this off because you had a question, you said.
Yeah, I had a question. Maybe somebody could explain the math. It's my understanding is that we were going to take a 0.7% increase, because that's what's proposed. And it seems like here the increase is 2.8%. So I'm just wondering how we get to 2.8%.
Oh my goodness, I'll have to kind of could have got that question ahead of time, because I'm going to have to take a look at it. And supplementary to that, I thought we refused an increase in 2019. So why is it retroactive in 2019 or 2020? It was the 2021, I believe, that you guys declined, not the 2019 one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 60, or yeah, that's not on, you won't have it on yours. I have it, it's 64 on our agenda package, Diane, but that doesn't help you probably.
Nothing like doing math in a live council meeting.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, takes my word for it. The difference between 51,390 and 52,836 is 2.8%.
Yes, they both do show that. And I'm actually just wondering whether the one that was in the original policy was actually from the year before. I'm going to have to go back and actually double check that with HR. So if we wanted to hold off approval of this, we could. Yeah,
why don't we pull this for today and put it on the agenda for June, whatever our next council meeting is. Does that work?
Sorry about not getting you that question
earlier. Good thing to bring up. We want to make sure we get it correct. So, yeah.
Okay, so legislatively, we don't have a motion on the floor, so we'll just throw this on the agenda for the next council meeting, and we'll get the right math all figured out.
Sounds good.
Councillor Watkins?
So there should be a motion. There should be a motion to table until the next council meeting.
Sure.
I'll move that we table it to the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, David. All those in favor of tabling? All right, that passes. Okay, 9.1 was Erin Ridge North redistricting, but it was a first reading, so I'll read what we read into the record, or we approved on consent, was that bylaw 24, 2021, being an amendment 11 to Erin Ridge North Area Structure Plan, be read a first time, and that bylaw 25, 2020, be amendment 195 to the land use bylaw schedule A, be read a first time, and that we scheduled public hearings for both those bylaws for June 21st of 21. We also had another first reading under 9.2 for the proposed redistricting of 32 Aikens Drive to potentially have a birthing center there. So that was first reading of bylaw 10, and the public hearing is also scheduled for June 21st of 21. And then 9.3 was a land use bylaw amendment for the downtown district, first reading with a public hearing scheduled for June 21st of 21, and that's bylaw 38. So those were all on consent. 9.4 is amendments to the hen bylaw, all first, second, and third reading. And we got Tracy Suey coming to talk to us. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, everyone.
Let's talk chickens.
Yes. Right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Tracy Suey, and I'll be presenting on bylaw amendments for the hen bylaw. We are presenting amendments to the hen bylaw in response to council direction that was provided on March 15 and April 6 to review the opportunity for residents to keep up to 6 hens, as well as other supporting amendments. So as such, we propose the following amendments: the keeping of up to 6 hens for the reasons that it would be safer for hen to be introduced as 2 or more to an existing flock so that it can help eliminate any risk of pecking. Isolating at least 2 hens together can also enable socialization before being introduced to a flock. Introducing more hens can also increase the warmth within the hen coop, particularly during the colder months, and it also helps to allow for more eggs. We're also proposing a minimum of 10 square feet per hen. That is for the coop run space. A coop run helps to provide adequate size or space so that it can help hens roam comfortably outdoors in a protected space. We currently do have hen coops that have that coop run already, but we're making it a requirement that it be 10 square feet per hen. And also a coop must contain a minimum of 1 nesting box for every 3 hens. After consultation with a few hen keeping experts and other review of other municipalities, we found that 1 nesting box for every 3 hens is most adequate. We're also taking this opportunity to address some other administrative amendments. So one of them being adjoining properties that are undeveloped or vacant are not required to be notified. Part of the process is that all adjoining properties that are adjacent to the subject property be notified, not consent that the applicant would like to apply for a hen license. We're also looking to enable a hen coop to be located within the side yard, provided that the minimum setback requirements are met. We found that some residential lots are pie-shaped or irregular, so they have some additional space within the side yard that can potentially fit a hen coop. And we're proposing to increase the annual license fee to $45. This fee increase does not address inflation over the past couple of years since the program started. And the fee increase will also accommodate staff time required to review and process new applications and renewals. Based on our review of the amendments, administration recommends that bylaw 21-2021 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Tracy? And I see Christina's popped in here to help too. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I apologize. I hit the wrong button. I really appreciate that. It just goes to your last bullet on the hen licensing fee and why we would, we're raising it $5. I realize that. Is there a significant amount of work anticipated in changing the fee structure from 4 hens to 6 hens, or is it anticipated extra work? Like, can you please go over the thinking behind that again, please?
Through the mayor, I can try to address that. The way this bylaw is set up, it's very different from some of our other fee structures, which are under the master rates bylaw. So this bylaw actually just has the fee located within the bylaw itself. So we don't often go into this bylaw and make changes. And we haven't increased the fees, unlike other fees that we have over the past several years. So this is the same fee structure that we had in 2018. So we're taking advantage of that to get an update and just to reflect the increased costs of doing business over the last couple of years.
Okay, yeah, no, fair. I mean, I guess administratively though, would we not take this opportunity to move the fee structure over to our master rates then? Why would we not do that?
We can. That is something that we're talking about doing. Just with the timing of this report and getting it back to council, we weren't able to get that all included in this time.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just thinking that maybe, I know that we review our master rates, service inventory, service levels. I'm trying to remember time frame, fall or early spring.
Budget.
Yeah, and I just wonder if that's not the more appropriate time to look at adding a fee structure change, because you'll just get it all done at one time. But that's my comments. Anyways, I may have more afterwards,
Okay.
Mayor Herron.
Maybe, Christina, when we do the master rates in the fall, we could add a line to reflect the headline, mirror what we've got in the bylaw, and it would be just a duplication, and then another amendment to the hen bylaw, again, at an opportunity such as this, and just take it right out.
I think that's something that we are looking at. It's just, we do need to reopen this one again to remove the fee.
Right.
So there is a little bit of work that has to be done, but yeah, just due to timing. Okay. But we'll take that under advisement and start looking at it that way.
Councilor Jolly has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience if this has been answered in the background and I missed it. With the 10 square feet per hen, are we anticipating that to cause a problem for existing kind of coop owners who are slightly below this? Like, are we going to see objections going to SDAB for this? Can you comment on the flexibility?
For the coop run, there's, I would say, greater flexibility in changing the size of the coop run. People tend to have just the mesh wire fencing.
Okay.
So they can purchase more of that material and add and increase the size. Based on the applications that I've reviewed in the past, they typically have I can't remember if they have exactly 10 square feet, but it's adequate size enough already. And for the coop enclosure itself, they can also increase the floor space if they want it by adding perch sticks or more floor or boards vertically within the coop. But I think it's, for the coop run itself, it's pretty, it should be inexpensive to modify.
Okay. That's great, thank you. And are existing coop owners expected to reapply so that they can have the 6 hens, or are they just kind of brought into this new policy and they can just automatically have the 6 hens?
I'm not sure how many are looking to increase. Well, based on the last 2 residents, I'm sure they will.
At least 2.
we'll have to look and see what their modifications to site plan is. Probably a request for that.
Okay, so existing coop owners have to reapply. Is that what you're saying?
Not reapply, but send an updated site plan, which is what we require as part of the application process, is a site plan showing how big their coop is. And I guess the update would be what that floor area, the change in the floor area, to show that update on the site plan.
Okay. And so that's just an email that'll get sent out to all of them tomorrow if this passes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
See no more hands up here. Anyone? Oh, Councilor Hanson?
I'll be ready to move this when you're ready.
All right. Well, this was something you brought forward to start. So if I don't see any more questions, so why don't you start with first reading?
Be happy to. That bylaw 21/2021 being amendment 2 to the hen bylaw 32/2018 be read a first time.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Any comments?
I'd just like to, give kudos to Tracy and Christina for getting this done. I mean, this is, it's fantastic, Mayor, that you've been at this for so many years. And now the hen bylaw is here and it's getting tweaked as we learn more about hens and what their needs are and pecking order and all of that. So I I'm glad that we're getting it done here in June, and I hope that residents who are keeping hens can get busy and get that cap of 6. But I also just want to say, in light of COVID, there's been a real focus on food sustainability, and I think this is just really in line with that, and it's the right thing to do. So that's it.
All right. Anyone else have any comments? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's exactly what the chickens need to stop hen pecking.
Oh my God, did you just do that? I expect that from Councillor Mackay, but not, that was awesome.
I'm glad to support it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
We don't yoke like that.
Oh, goodness gracious. I gotta say, oh God, how many years did I fight for a hen bylaw in St. Albert before this council? And it was never easy. And I think there's just changing attitudes. I mean, you guys are all great and I love this council, but the community is as well. We just participated in the Community Connectors was doing some public engagement, and they talk nonstop about food sustainability and backyard hens and the bees and having more fruit trees in the city. So there's been such a big change in attitudes in our municipality towards this kind of initiative that I just think it's fantastic. You want to add one more thing, Ray?
Yes, it just goes to show you that it really wasn't a concern because there hasn't been any complaints about the hens. We haven't really heard a peep out of anybody about the keeping of the hens. So it was really, it took a lot of time and effort for really such a minor change. It's really had a minimal impact on anybody other than the hens and those people who own hens currently.
You did it again with the peep comment.
That was unintentional.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's fantastic. The number of residents that are partaking in the hens every year is increasing. So, Councillor Hanson, thanks for bringing this forward. I'll let you close.
Oh, nothing more.
All right, call for the vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's everybody. It's unanimous. Second reading, Councillor Hanson.
Sure, that bylaw 221/2021 be read a second time. Awesome. Nothing more to.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All right, excellent. Councillor Watkins, do you want to do unanimous consent?
Yes, that unanimous consent be given for bylaw. Sorry, what's the number again here?
It's bylaw 21.
2021.
21.
21-20.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, let me start all over again on that. Okay. That unanimous consent be given to third reading for bylaw 20-2021.
Call for the vote. That's unanimous, so we can go to third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 21/2021 be read a third and final time.
Excellent. Call for the vote. And that is final. Okay. Thanks, ladies. Procedure bylaw. So, Marta, you with us today? Welcome back. After such a long debate just 2 weeks ago, I'm going to assume you're just here to answer questions, or do you have a presentation?
Your assumption is correct.
Just questions?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caulfield. I'll be formal this afternoon. The only question I have, and it keeps on coming up, it's this definition of new information. And I think that this is where, it's a fantastic, I really like the changes in the procedure bylaw. I think it clarifies. One of the issues, another issue, in addition to some that we've heard earlier arising out of the pandemic, is kind of, we were all forced into this virtual world, and we are doing things a lot different than we've done before. Some good, some not so good, and there's also some benefits. And I see this as a benefit. But when we look at this definition of new information, and it just says means something another registered speaker, brings forward, I just trip over that. I just think we're just too vague, and it leaves so much discretion up to the chair. and he or she could get tripped up, and then we get into interpretations, and then we get into objections, and then we potentially, how do we resolve what new information actually is? Do we put a descriptor, like another adjective, like substantive new information, or how do we deal with that?
So that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. The procedure bylaw currently refers to new information, but doesn't define it. So we wanted to add some clarity for the very reason that you asked, because we currently don't really know what new information is. And so the definition, although it might seem vague, is actually much more clear than what we currently have. And so it's limited only to something that a speaker during the public hearing raises that has not been raised previously by the administration or by the applicant, or in any of the written submissions. And so the discretion is still there for the chair to have to rule on whether that is new or not, but there is now a definition provided, whereas previously there wasn't. In addition, I would like to mention that there is not a requirement to have the ability to speak to new information at public hearings. From a legal perspective, that's a tradition that St. Albert has. And so we've kept it in the procedure bylaw, but it's not a requirement. So the definition itself and the practice could be removed in its entirety.
And that's kind of where I saw that in the backgrounder, and that's what triggered my question, because I just see it becoming such an argumentative process and very confusing and challenging for the chair. And I'm not sure how to address it, because I don't know, Mr. LaFleur, I'm looking at you for your years of experience in relation to determining if this would put a public hearing at jeopardy if we didn't allow somebody to respond claiming that they had new information, or if we just get down into the weeds and we start arguing over he said, she said type discussions. So that's where I'm really confused.
Since I've been invited, I'll just put in my thoughts here. So through the chair to Councilor Mackay, I would say that if I were starting with a clean slate, there's no way I would use the term new information, okay? It's, as Marta has pointed out, it's undefined in the previous bylaw. What does it mean at all? We felt that since it was there, we didn't want to depart, any more than necessary from the tradition. But to define new information as simply something that another speaker has said, I would argue actually removes the need for the chair to make any determinations, to make any judgment call about what is new, because we're calling it new information, but really all we're saying is that if somebody who has already spoken wants to then get up again because they've heard something from another speaker that they've said, oh, that's not right, or no, I've got to clarify that, or I've got to put a gloss on that, you can do that. All you have to do is tell the chair, I want to respond to something that Speaker A or Speaker Jones or Speaker Smith said. And then that is by definition new information, and it removes any need for the chair to make a judgment call. If someone else said something and I want to respond to it, I get the right, and it's called new information. It's a bit of a manipulation of a definition, I grant you that. Now, to your other point though, if someone is not allowed to speak to something that another speaker has said, that does not in any way, shape, or form jeopardize a public hearing. Council has the right to set whatever rules it wants. You have to hear from people, but you don't have to give people the opportunity to rebut and then counter rebut. I agree that could it could lead to public hearings that basically are never ending, right? Like a 117 inning baseball game. Who wants to watch that? But you don't have to do it. If you want to do it though, this definition is intended to make it straightforward and simple. But yes, I would not have used those words to define what's going on here if I were starting from a clean slate. Definitely would not have.
And just to be clear and clarify, it's currently in our procedure bylaw, Ms. Caulfield? That's where it's currently in?
Yes, there is a reference to new information,
but it's not defined.
Yeah, I prefer the cricket analogy, Mr. LaFleur, rather than the baseball, but yeah, I guess I'll let other people ask questions or weigh in, but I mean, I just see this really as challenging, and it's, I mean, we can all think of a million potential situations that this could be either useful or contrary. So I'll give up my conversation right now and think what I'm going to do, and I'll wait for anybody else if they have any comments.
So Marta and David, if Councillor Mackay wants to remove reference to this, would a simple motion be remove all references to new information? Would that cover it?
So I put
definition, but you need to remove both in the definition and the wherever else. I'm trying to find it where it is in the.
So in the alternative section in the agenda report, I actually have it written out right there in case you had wanted to remove that. So we would be deleting the definition in section 2.1. And there's also 2 references in section 30.5 that need to be removed. So it's all there.
Okay.
So legislative services can just copy and paste that out.
All right. And David, in your experiences in other municipalities, do the procedure bylaws have that, or is it just a unique St. Albert thing?
I can't say for sure that I've seen it other places. All I think I can usefully say is that there's always going to be a tension between keeping, a strictly controlled and orderly public hearing and allowing everyone to say their piece. There's always going to be a tension. That the more you move toward strict orderliness, the more you're going to have people complain that, I never got my chance to.
Okay. Yeah. I'm actually going to ask that question to Councillor Watkins too, because he's got lots of experience.
Yep, he does.
I have probably been to over 100 public hearings at the City of Edmonton where they have done the exact same procedure. What happens is the developer always goes first, the proponents. Then those in opposition always go second. That's how they do it. They always listen to everybody in support, then everybody in opposition. And then Mayor Iveson always asks the developer, would he like to respond to any new information? That's exactly how he words the question. And only new information. And what happens is at that time is the developer may come up and say, well, or somebody may come up and say, well, that report was submitted. I never saw that before. And it's very clear that is new information. It hasn't actually been a problem, in my opinion, in the past at the city of the judgment of whether it's new information. After we've all sat there and listened to 3 hours of people talking, and then somebody says, well, that's new information, nobody's heard it. It was quite obvious. And then if the developer got back up, right, and he said something, well, that was new information, I'm responding to the new information that was presented, that could lead to the other person getting up and saying, well, there is new information presented again, and kind of a back and forth. But in probably since 1994, I have seen that happen maybe once or twice where it went back and forth within a situation of new information. It's usually quite evident that when new information is presented. So those are just my comments on it. I personally don't see it as an issue at all. And I don't see you, Madam Mayor, having any problem determining if something was new information. But the point is that you have to make that judgment, right? And I think as Mr. LaFleur will attest, is that the whole issue here, it's not whether your judgment is right or wrong. It's whether in the end, if somebody doesn't agree, they've had a fair hearing and decide to challenge it to the Court of Appeals on a question of law or jurisdiction.
Councillor Mackay, is that all your questions?
Yeah, it is, and it clarifies, and I appreciate the really old wisdom of the second oldest councillor on the council. I appreciate. No, I appreciate.
Just make sure you remember that.
Yeah, but I I'm just conscious of the weak kind of definition of what new information is. But I mean, obviously, I think that everybody needs to be heard, and I believe that strongly, and I think that we potentially would run into more troubles elsewhere. So thanks. I appreciate the comments back, but I thought it was important to raise it as a question.
Councillor Broadhead, I saw your hand pop up. You have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We debated this 2 weeks ago, and appreciate the comment being brought forward again, because I think this is the crux of the whole learnings that this council is going to have around handling public hearings of this nature. My question to Mr. LaFleur or Ms. Caulfield is that I'm assuming you'll be there to assist the mayor in chairing this if it starts to get out of hand. How would you give her some advice in terms of getting into a back and forth? That's always been my concern about this too, is that how do you handle if somebody says, I heard information that's new to me, when in fact everybody else has seen this information before?
Thanks for worrying about me, Wes.
Well, it's going to be a difficult one, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. And we got to remember what we're looking at today is not for one specific public hearing. This is for all future public hearings. Any way to respond, David or Marta, to Wes's question?
All I would say is that Councillor Broadhead has, as usual, pinpointed exactly the issue, and you can't really judge in advance. I mean, we don't know what's going to be said. We don't know who's going to allege that they've not heard something before, or we just don't know. We just have to, I hate to say it, we just have to react to events as they occur. That's the essential nature of public hearings. You can't script them. You don't want to script them. You want people to be able to say spontaneously what's on their mind. It's inherently messy, but that's democracy.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson and then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you. You know, it's a really good debate. I understand for sure where Councillor Watkins is coming from. I guess my concern would be, is new information a different perspective in somebody else's mind? So, in other words, how they feel about something might be not, they might feel that their information is new because it affects them perhaps in a way that others haven't thought of, but it's a perspective. Is that new information? Or is there a line that the chair draws that's sort of at the 50,000, 100,000 foot level and says, this is substantive new information? Actually, I do like the word substantive. I think that's important to show that there's a line of what's new information. Does it change the outcome? And because I do worry there's a lot of differing opinions out there, and people may think, though, that's new information from their perspective. So I guess it's not a question as much as how do you control that as chair? You just make a judgment as chair.
Yeah.
And
you
is that what?
You can always challenge my judgment as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Watkins.
My next now?
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, just on page 302, it says of our council report, it was saying that any written submission received after the deadline will not be considered at the public hearing. And I'm a little worried about saying that. I think what we should say is any written submission received after this deadline will not be included in the package or put on the internet or put on the website. And I think what we should do is if somebody does submit it after that, we should say, look, it's too late to go on the website, but we encourage you can still register to speak and say your letter. Because I think if we just say to somebody, no, it's Wednesday, too late for any written submission, nothing is going to be considered it's not going to be considered by council. I think that'll almost lead us open to some challenges and is a little harsh. I think we have to clarify that any written submissions received after the Wednesday will not be put on the website or disseminated at large. Therefore, if you want to have it heard, you will have to register and present it at the meeting. And then if the person chooses not to do that, well, then I guess that's their issue then. Maybe we could get some comment on that from Mr. LaFleur. I'm kind of
I think that's implied anyway, because you can always show up. Anyone can show up and speak orally, speak verbally to whatever they want. Our point, though, is that if you allow these late arriving submissions, even though they're not going to be on the website, council may get them, but what about all the rest of the public? This is the problem you run into if you allow people to make written submissions after the deadline, even though council may see them, others may not, and others who might have wanted to comment on them will have no opportunity. That is the greater risk of challenge than to do it the way we're suggesting. Now, that said, I agree with Councillor Watkins, that kind of language to make it absolutely explicitly clear that a person who doesn't make the deadline for a written submission is still more than welcome to say the same thing verbally. Yes, it probably is a good addition. If someone would like to make a second reading amendment to that effect, we'll, if the chair, if Madam Mayor is willing to call a recess, we'll work on some wording to do that.
Madam Mayor, I think it's safe. I could either amend the bylaw or just advise staff that if they do receive late applications, that they encourage people that they have that option. Either or works for me.
Honestly, Ray, if you're willing to make that an amendment, I'd love it, because I think it actually is very then clear in the procedures that we're open to hearing everyone. It just depends on how we do it and at what time.
If staff or administration could give me the wording to such a motion, I would more than gladly make it.
Probably just in a little addition to that piece, but okay. Councillor Hughes, I think I saw your hand up. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually have questions about this as well, because I'm giving hypothetical. I'm not thinking about the Oakmont deal, because that's a different bylaw altogether. I'm just thinking about anything that came forward for a public hearing. And so if someone had a presentation, let's say it was lengthy, and then they wanted to give you a copy of it at the public hearing, and let's assume that we don't always have to do everything virtually, but even if they did, they could email it in and say, I'm talking about it, I'm also submitting it, like they would do if they present to council. With what's worded here, it looks like that's not allowed. Because, like, some people like read their letter and then they give you a copy of their letter that they've read in. And with what we have here, they wouldn't be allowed to do that, or would they?
I think because they're written, because they're verbal, then they're considered.
Right, but then is the written portion of it being considered? If they said, I'm giving you a hard copy of what I'm saying today, or, whether or not and what if the copy they have is longer than their 5 minutes, and so they read the first 5 minutes, but then that's all they can say, but they end up writing more than 5 minutes worth of information. So I'm just trying to figure out how that would play out.
I think the answer is, if you want to put in a written submission, get in by the deadline. If not, say what you need to say in your 5 minutes. That's probably the cleanest response, the cleanest way to handle it.
Okay, because I'm like, let's just say UDI. So UDI came, they sent us an email the day of, and they presented. So if they had finished their letter and they didn't finish it till the Friday before for some reason, and so then they said, okay, I can't submit the letter, but I'm just going to read the entire contents of the letter. Then we basically have to write down everything they said, because it was a very, it was like a 2-pager, right, of what they had concerns of, which ultimately would be like, well, then can you send us a copy of what you wanted to refer to, because all we have is your statements and we're trying to keep track of them. So like, I'm just looking at this, like sometimes people's written presentation may not be finished for the deadline, and you may ask for that information. So I'm trying to I'm trying to come to terms with something like, for example, the MDP, where people did submit some things last minute, and then we'd say we're not allowed to have those questions. And at the same time, what if what they submitted happened to coincide with questions that I already had even without their submission? So then it's like, am I being precluded from asking those questions because they submitted something that we're not supposed to be considering? Like, this is getting messy.
It's always going to be messy, Councillor, through the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Really
this
is.
seems messier because of these restrictions. So what would be the rule there if someone submitted something and then the response to me, you open the email, you're like, oh, it says this, and you're like, oh, can't consider it. But when I looked at it for 2 seconds, I see that their concerns already mirrored my concern. So then it would look like I have read it and I'm responding to what somebody's written that we're not supposed to consider, and yet I already had those same concerns, which can't be proven one way or the other.
You're always welcome to ask whatever questions you want, Councillor Hughes, whether somebody planted them in your head or you came up with them on your own. But I think what Mr. O'Flaherty and Ms. Caulfield are saying is we can't consider something that all of the public has not seen.
Yeah, and I understand that.
They have to be part of the entire process. So if it's verbal, they'll hear it. So I agree, get it in by the deadline. And if you can't, then keep your presentation to 5 minutes and say it verbally. So I think that's a good amendment.
Okay. The other question I had regarding new information is the definition of it is kind of to imply that the entire public hearing process is done in 1 day. And in some cases, it's done in 2 days. And so I know that some people, they presented on something and then we adjourned for whatever reason. And then they said, we want to come back and present. And then the mayor said, you can present on new information only. But on this definition of new information, it'd have to be on something that someone else talked about in the previous way. But in the past, we have allowed it to be like they came across new information that they want to bring forward in an abbreviated fashion on the second meeting date. So that's not going to be permitted the way I read this current. And I'm just wondering if there should be some kind of a consideration saying that in the case of a double meeting, that or a adjourned meeting that comes over, that new information can be presented, or if are we going to say that that's not going to be allowed at all anymore? So when I'm reading it now, we're not considering that adjourned meeting situation.
That has happened in the past too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Marta?
Well, I'm just looking at David and deferring to him if he wants to speak to that. That's a bit of a hypothetical situation, and so it's hard to answer definitively because it would really just depend on the facts and the circumstances. Are we talking about 1 day and then the next day that the public hearing is continued on, or is it 3 weeks from now? And the way that the motions are structured and the packages that are presented from administration, it would just depend on so many factors. And I think too, we're using the definition new information and we're trying to define it to a narrow thing, and everybody's using new information in a manner that is just like the colloquial way, which is anything new that arose during the public hearing. And so it's hard to answer the questions specifically, but generally we're trying to define with this definition of new information just as something that another speaker spoke to during the public hearing, whether it was the first day of the public hearing or not. And so I think that's a fair way to answer that question without
And
really
is there enough flexibility at the discretion of the chair to, if somebody comes back a week later and says, between the first day of the public hearing and today, a new water line was discovered, like something significantly new. The mayor has that discretion to start allowing that second presentation of 5 minutes by any resident to address that. I would have that flexibility, right?
Again, and I'll let David jump in as well, but David, you might need a new public hearing depending on the substantive nature of the changes. If they're substantive enough, you might need to close the public hearing, and the amendments are substantive enough, or there's new information that's substantive enough that you need to invite the public again and give them all the new information so that everybody has it in front of them and set another public hearing date. It just depends. But David, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing. You can't just allow any new thing in, because then you're into a new process. But if something that doesn't quite reach that level comes in, yeah, you do have the discretion, Madam Mayor, as chair, to do that. I'm thinking that since we're going to be, I'm hoping you'll call a motion recess at some point here, since we're going to be drafting some proposed second reading amendments to this definition, perhaps one really wise thing to do, instead of saying new information is whatever, we should say new information includes something that another speaker said. So that could be treated as new information, but it doesn't rule out anything else being called new information. I think it's important, though, I'm listening to all the comments, information, going back to the dictionary definition, information is not the same as opinion. Information is not the same as feelings. It's some hard fact that is new. If you want to bring that forward. Now, we can also define it as responding to anything someone else said, but if that's not what you're doing, if you're bringing something that's truly new, it can't be just, you know, another using different words to state your same opinion. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, and I don't want to open it up to say I disagree with that previous speaker. That's an opinion. That's not information. Okay. I will call a recess when we're done questions. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to build off of those fine words, actually, and I appreciated them, actually, because I mean, I think that's where I was getting maybe bogged down on the fact, because it means something another registered speaker said, and that's where I'm kind of still hung up on whether we describe that. And you used it, I can't remember exactly what you just said a minute ago, but it was, you know, if you become too prescriptive, then you start listing things down, A, B, C, D, and that becomes its own problem as well. But what about if it was something, rather than saying a new information means something another registered speaker said, but what about new facts? New information is associated with new facts raised by another speaker, or something along that lines, because I mean, otherwise we do get into those arguments on opinion and disagreements. So do you see a problem if we were that prescriptive in relation to saying facts rather than something another speaker said?
Through the chair, that's exactly what I was thinking. That would be I think a very useful amendment, because then it eases the burden on the chair, right? It's whether you agree with it or not, it's pretty easy to distinguish a statement of alleged fact from a statement of opinion. Yeah. So that's good. And then it also, as the mayor just said, it totally eliminates this business of someone getting up and saying, well, I disagree with someone else. Well, excuse me, it was probably already implicit in what you just said that you disagree. So you really don't need to keep saying that. So yeah, I like those suggestions, and when we get around to having a few moments to redraft, I think you're going to find that reflected.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Okay, any more questions? Hands up. No hands up and no questions. Okay, so why don't, is 10 minutes good enough for you two to bang your heads together?
No, we'll try, but I don't think this is something you want to rush. We'll do the best we can, and I will send you an email if we have a little problem with doing it that quickly.
What are you suggesting? 15, Councillor Watkins? Well, it's actually that work. Well, it's 3:17. How about we come back at 3:30?
Good.
Okay. All right. We'll see you all at 3:30.
David, your mic, yeah. Your video is still on, David.
All right, it's 3:30. Ms. Caulfield and Mr. LaFleur, do we have some proposed wording or do you need more time?
Have it ready. We just need to, I think we still need to do first reading and second reading, and then we'll pop all the amendments into the chat.
Okay. Let's do first reading then. Well, wait, let me finish. Let me make sure we've got all the questions out of the way. I believe so. Okay, who would like to do first reading?
I can do it.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Mackay.
Well, whatever. If Natalie, if you want to do it, I can do it. Okay, I'll step in then. That bylaw 40/2021 being amendment 3 to bylaw 3/2018 be read a first time.
All right. Thank you for that, Councilor Mackay. Do you have any comments?
No, maybe when we get into the amendments, I'll just
Okay.
to move things on.
Let's get it going. All right. Anyone else? Okay, call for the vote. That's unanimous on first reading. Okay. Second reading, Councilor Mackay.
That bylaw 40/2021 be read a second time.
All right. Now, what are can Ken move the amendments to his own motion?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Are they in the chat?
Not yet.
Okay.
They will be momentarily if they're not yet.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, there we go. Can I read it just for a second here?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in and there's
more.
There's more coming here. Is that everything, Marta?
There's just two, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, read it slowly, Councilor Mackay, just so those that can't read it and are just listening to it can digest what you're saying.
You bet. That bylaw 40/2021 be amended by deleting the definition of new information and replacing it with the following. New information includes statements of a factual nature made by another speaker during the course of their presentation at a public hearing, but does not include the expressions of opinion made by another speaker. That bylaw 40/2021 be amended by adding the following to the end of section 29(9) subsection A. It is open to members of the public who have missed the written submission deadline to register to speak at a public hearing. And I'll leave it open, I guess, for you to ask for questions or clarifications.
Okay.
Do you want me to reread it already?
No, I'm good. I'm reading it myself. All right. Any questions on these proposed amendments before I accept them and we go into debate?
I just have a clarification for Marta. On the first one, do you want to, because we do say amending in section 29(9)(a), do you want to do the same for that we would be changing, what is it, to section 2.1 N.1?
We could, but it's not necessary. I think the wording in the motion is specific enough that administration wouldn't have to guess, so it's not necessary.
Okay. All right, let's take these separately because you've got one about new information and one about the deadline for written submissions. So, okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So Councillor McCall, accept the first amendment. Why don't you start with that one?
Yeah, I can speak to this one. I know we've talked about it a lot in our questions, and it was always around the concern about what was new information. And I appreciate administration's efforts here around trying to kind of follow council when we were trying to talk this out. So I believe that this captures it, because what we were trying to deal with was we were trying to get away from opinion or confrontational or argumentative comments, where instead of where we're actually trying to get the best information that we possibly can about a proposed project. And I'm not, identifying one or another, but that's the whole purpose behind a public hearing, is around trying to get residents' voices or those voices that are affected by a new development or a new rezoning and present best information. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for confrontation. We're not looking for opinion. So I believe that this captures what we're trying to do. And it also maybe clarifies it for the chair, because these could be very challenging, heated debates, because residents are going to be impacted at different times about different things. And we may not even know what impacts a resident and until we have a public hearing. So another perfect example of why we have public hearings, because we want to get that residents' concerns. But I believe that this accomplishes what we're trying to do, and I'll stop there.
That's good. Anyone else want to comment on this? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm going to support it. You're never going to cover every base, and we have a good bylaw here. I think we're overthinking the new information thing. And it's the mayor who has the chair, but it's really all of our responsibility to challenge something if we think it's not new information. If somebody comes up and says, well, I'm responding, this is new information and I'm bringing it in, it's not new information, we've heard it before, it's up to the chair to challenge it and all of us to come forward and say, well, we may not think that's new information. So believe you me, if somebody comes there and it's not new information, I'm going to put up my hand and challenge it. And like I said, I've had quite a bit of experience in this kind of a situation in a public hearing before, and I think this does clarify it so that it is quite clear that we're not talking about opinions here. We're talking about new information.
Good. Anything to close, Councillor Mackay?
No, I just want to just reiterate, I think public hearings are not intended to be confrontational or even intimidating process, but are really intended to gather valuable information that will aid us in our decision-making process. And that's where I'll end it.
All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you to Marta and David for clarifying that definition. I think it's an improvement. All right, the second one, Councillor Pride, read it one more time and we'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, no problem at all. That bylaw 40/2021 be amended by adding the following to the end of section 29.9 subsection A. It is open to members of the public who have missed the written submission deadline to register to speak at a public hearing. I have really no additional comments to add right now at this particular time. I guess we can have clarification on that one, if it's not clear.
Any questions? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
No, I don't think we need to talk. I think the concerns were identified. I hope it addresses Councillor Hughes's concerns, but I believe it captures those concerns raised by Councillor Watkins.
Anyone else? I think it just is much more clear that we are open to hearing everyone, and you just have to do it the right way and the right time. So, Councillor Mackay, closed.
Yeah, no, good comments on your summation, Mayor Herron. And again, it just goes back to my initial comments about what a purpose of a public hearing is we want to get the best information that we can to aid in our decision making.
Call for the vote. All right, that amendment passes as well. So we're back to second reading. Councillor Mackay, it's still you. So can you read it bylaw be read a second time as amended?
I thought I did that. Oh, as amended. Yep. Sorry. That bylaw 40/2021 be read a second time as amended.
Thank you. All right. Anything further?
No, nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. Thank you. That's unanimous. And then unanimous consent. Does anyone want to do that? Councillor Jolly, thank you.
The unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 40/2021.
Awesome. Call for the vote. That's unanimous. We can go on to third reading. Councillor Mackay.
That bylaw 40/2021 be read a third and final time.
Anything further?
No, I don't believe so. Other than to thank administration again for all their work on this, and I appreciate it.
I would just add, yeah, on the 17th, we were pretty clear that these changes should be universal going forward, and that was nice. I think it was probably mostly Marta doing the work to take the 17th conversation and put it into this bylaw. So thanks for that. Oh, Councillor Watkins, did you want to add to that?
Yep, I think we've got a good bylaw here, and you know, the site of the whole point here is that we're trying to avoid somebody challenging it to the Court of Appeals. And the worst case scenario that would happen here is we'd make a decision and somebody would say, the hearing wasn't fair, I'm challenging the decision to the Court of Appeals. And then they would go to the Court of Appeals and they would challenge it on a question of law or jurisdiction, and they would have their day in court. And if we were proven wrong, they would force us to rehear the bylaw. And if we were proven right, the bylaw would stand. So, I mean, I think we've done a good job here of our staff have coming up with the best possible solution here to make sure that everybody is fairly treated.
Good. All right, anything to close, Ken? Or sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, this is just as an aside. I think that while I'm thinking of it, on contact all council, or if we have anything relating to a public hearing, it would be useful if we had a note saying that if you are submitting some public hearing, it is not allowed to be accepted or something, or submissions aren't being accepted as of the Wednesday of that date. Like put it right up there as like a little starred note. And that way people are fully aware before they hit the submit button and they don't think something, because people aren't going to read the bylaw in great depth at this moment, right? Like they wanted to submit something. So it might be something worth noting on any of our contact forms that if they're submitting to contact council on this, that this is the deadline of when they have to submit written submissions, just so that people are fully aware. It's just, that's all. Okay. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Mackay to close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. All right, new procedure bylaw. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the guarantee bylaw for the Edmonton Metro Transit Commission. So who's presenting this one? Diane. Hi, Diane.
Hi. I just have a short verbal presentation. Okay. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. The Edmonton Metro Transit Services Commission was officially formed on January 26, 2021, after several years of work and collaboration of the member municipalities. The business plan highlighted that there would be a transition period between when the commission was formed and when the transit services and the associated revenues would actually transfer to the commission. It was understood that the member municipalities would need to financially support the commission through this transition period. While several options were explored, including having each municipality front their share of anticipated costs, it was ultimately determined that having the EMTSC pursue an operating line of credit will provide them with the funds that they needed without requiring cash from each municipality. The operating line of credit will be paid back through operating revenues of the commission over the next several years. Given that at this point in time, the commission itself has no revenues and no assets, the lender is requiring a guarantee on this loan. Given that the City of Edmonton and the City of St. Albert are by far the largest members of the commission, to ease the administrative burden, it was determined that these two municipalities would provide the guarantee on the loan on the line of credit. St. Albert would remain as a partial guarantor of the loan until such time as the commission has adequate revenues and or assets to support the LOC independently. The second recommendation to provide an advance on levies to the commission is to address the timing issue related to when the guarantee bylaw could ultimately come into force. This is intended to be very short-term in nature, and St. Albert is anticipating the return of this advance in the summer. And that's all I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions, anyone? Fairly straightforward, I guess. Well-written agenda package if there's no questions. I just sent you a message, Councillor Broadhead, but I'll ask it because I don't want to get anyone in trouble, to make sure that you have no pecuniary interest with this one. Just checking.
Well, yes, all members of the board would receive an honorarium. So I'm not sure whether that's a pecuniary interest or not, given that I'm But
Yeah, we'll ask Mr. LaFleur.
I don't believe so. So through the chair, I believe there's a section of the NGA around pecuniary interest that makes it clear that those kinds of remuneration you get for that kind of service is not a pecuniary interest. I think though, since this is coming completely out of left field for me, would you mind if I took a couple of minutes just to check and be sure?
Sure, no problem. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Hughes.
I'll buy you some time, Mr. LaFleur. So when I read this, Diane, so in addition to being a guarantee for 1.7 million, we're going to front them 1.7 million and then get the money back when the loan goes through. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's really just created a timing issue. Had we realized that we had to go through this process with the guarantee bylaw, we would have started earlier and the guarantee bylaw would have been in place in the time that they were kind of expecting to have access to the cash, because they're in a position right now where they have payroll to meet and vendors to pay. So it was just to sort of very temporarily backfill this timing gap.
How long do you think it'll take for us to get the money back?
We should get it in July. Basically, as soon as our guarantee bylaw goes through, the bank should issue our portion of the line of credit that they can access, and then they'll just return that money.
Okay, but we're assuming the bylaw goes through too.
That's true. Yeah.
Because if it doesn't, we're just at 1.7 million. Okay, and then so we're basically co-signing is what I'm looking at for a co-signer. And we're pretty confident they're going to be able to pay us back, right? Like, because this is a new entity. So like, have we looked at this and said we're comfortable and confident that we're not going to actually be called on our co-signing abilities?
Yeah, and I'll maybe let Councillor Broadhead jump in as that as well. I mean, the business case, fully supports the revenues coming forward from the commission to be able to manage this operating line of credit, until they get up and running. So I don't personally have any concerns after reviewing the business case. I don't know if Councillor Broadhead wants to add anything.
Well, thank you, Ms. McMorty. The business case always saw the first 3 years being debt financed. And this is, I got to tell you, setting up a new commission out of nothing has been a bit of an adventure. And so because we don't have any assets, the government or the bank actually asked for these guarantors. And we actually didn't want to ask for a cash call on behalf of the 8 municipalities because it was never intended for until the operating period came on, right? And so what we have here is just a financing bridge, and St. Albert will get the money back, like Diane said, by the end of July. Okay. And I'm fully confident in the business model going forward.
So we're confident that we're not, after we get the money back in July, that while we're co-signing, that'll be it. We'll just co-sign it, but they'll be able to make their debt payments.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned about a cash call. So are we anticipating cash calls after we are operational then?
Well, requisitions for the service that is provided. Okay. So it's not a cash call per se. It's more what we pay now for public transit will be requisitioned, right?
Okay. Just so that we're clear, so people don't think there's something more coming than what there really is, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, I don't know if I've got Mr. LaFleur enough time or not. Those are the questions I had for now. Thank you.
So yes, through the chair, you have bought me enough time. I appreciate that. And, it's funny, Marta and I kind of landed on the same section almost simultaneously, independently. So there are a couple of clauses, one in particular within section 170 of the NGA. I can't give legal advice to an individual councillor, but I can say with great confidence that it appears that if the relationship between Councillor Broadhead and the commission is that he is the board member, that any remuneration he gets for that would not put him in a conflict of interest, would not put him in pecuniary interest, which is good because he's already been talking about it. So yeah, thank goodness we're fine, Councillor.
And I appreciate that. I know you're not supposed to be legally advising council, Mr. LaFleur, but I just wanted to keep Councillor Broadhead safe. So
Thank you.
I appreciate that too.
Are we using our own buses for collateral, Wes?
There's a whole issue around asset check. So it'll be good.
eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any more questions, so I would look to a member of council to, so there's 3 parts. This is a first reading, and then there's the bridge financing section. So Councillor Broadhead, thank you for putting your hand up. Go ahead.
Would you like me to read the whereases or just now there be it resolved?
You can just read the, now there, yeah, just the motions.
Okay. I move that bylaw 39/2021 being a bylaw to guarantee repayment of a loan to the EMTSC be read a first time. EMTSC being the Edmonton Metro Transit Services Commission.
Do you want to do them one at a time?
Sorry, no, I'll do them all.
You can do them all, yeah.
That council affirms that the money obtained by the EMTSC under the loan to be guaranteed by the city pursuant to bylaw 39/2021 be used for a purpose that benefits the city of St. Albert. And 3, that the CEO be directed to cause the city of St. Albert to provide to the EMTSC an interim advance on levies in the amount of 1.7 million drawn from the stabilization reserve pursuant to an agreement that provides for the return of the advance to the city upon the EMTSC being approved for the loan and upon such other terms as are acceptable to the CAO.
Awesome. All right, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Well, certainly appreciate that the city of St. Albert and the city of Edmonton as the biggest participants in the Metro Commission step to the plate here and just to sort of guarantee the loan to allow the commission to actually operate. Once you start hiring employees and hiring lawyers to write bylaws and those sorts of things, there's a cash flow that's required. In this particular case, in advance of operations of the Transit Commission. And so given that the business model was always intended to be debt financed for the first 3.5 years of operation, I'm just very appreciative that the city of St. Albert and the city of Edmonton are going to come to the fore. Now, this loan here is for probably 2 months, as Ms. McMorty said. So hopefully this all comes back to us with interest by the end of July.
Anyone else? Seeing nothing, I will call for the vote on all 3 motions. That is Councillor Watkins, are you opposed? All right. Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay. Okay. Next on our agenda is a public hearing, which it's not 5 o'clock yet. So we're going to go on to council motions. So the first one is 12.1, additional growth assessment revenue notice given by Councillor Hughes. So Councillor Hughes, I'll just have you read it and then we'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, you know, Mayor Heron, I'm not sure if I want to bring it forward. Can I just ask just a quick question here? Because I'm thinking I might just pull it.
Just read it. I won't accept it, just so everyone at home knows what we're talking about. And then if you don't want to move it, then I won't accept it.
I'm just thinking I'm not going to put it forward at all. Like, I don't even think we need to waste time. Because I read the backgrounder and they talked me out of it.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, is it's like a potato, and I don't really, it's not going to make one with hill of beans a difference one way or other. So it's fine. That's what I'm thinking. So let's just pull it and move on with our lives.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane, for all that work.
All right, the next one is Councillor Hansen's motion to amend map 3 of the MDP. Go ahead, Councillor Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That map 3 of the MDP Flourish be amended south of Meadowview Drive from, and it's not very well written, from employment areas to major open spaces and brought back to council before Q3 2022.
All right, I won't accept that until I have questions, but I thought it was well written. I understand what you're meaning, Councillor Hansen. So any questions on this? Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you to administration. So what is the effect of this motion? Is that we bring back a map, but does that, when do we debate whether we actually want to do what is being presumed by this particular map? Is it now, or is it when it's brought back in Q3 of 2022?
So if I may, through the chair, if this motion passes, then we'll be bringing back an amendment, a motion to amend the MDP, and that will require its own public hearing, and you'll debate it thoroughly at that time. That doesn't mean you can't debate it now, but I just point out that, you know, if you're wondering, you by debating it now, you don't get out of the obligation to have the public hearing and debate later.
So basically, we're setting up the public hearing for Q3 of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. The advantage of having this motion now is that basically for us as administration, we can plan our work. You know, if you defeat it, then you know we don't have to bring one forward. If you pass the motion, we know that we have to prepare this amendment and bring it forward. Basically letting us know what we need.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
And if you look at the dates, Councillor Broadhead, I think Councillor Hanson specifically said brought back before Q3. So if there's an opportunity to do it ahead of time for another, because we have to amend the MDP for any other reason, maybe even the annexation, then we could do it at that time. Use that opportunity and open up the bylaw and just do everything all at once. I think that's kind of Councillor Hanson's intention. And the timing is, it will be the next council that debates this one.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, and then Hanson.
Thank you. So when I read this backgrounder, like it's owned by a privately owned. Has the owner indicated what their plans are for this land? Past what we're deciding that we want to plunk on there?
Through the chair, we haven't had any public engagement specifically regarding these properties with the landowners. That is something that should you choose to support this motion, council administration would then go through the whole process of evaluating the amendment, which would include public engagement.
Okay. So we haven't heard that the developer, that whoever owns it's actually comfortable changing this into a municipal reserve. And from what also when I read this, like I don't get the impression you're super excited about it. So because it says like we have little opportunity to require lands along Carrot Creek for park and trail reserve purposes beyond ER. And is that because all of our municipal reserves can be going to that one location? Or what is the fall down effect to having this happen?
So these lands are actually developable, so we cannot collect them as environmental reserve. Any land that we can collect as environmental reserve, we will do. So in order for us to collect these lands, we have to purchase them or designate them as municipal reserve. If we designate them as municipal reserve, there'll be other areas that'll be impacted where we can't apply municipal reserve. Specifically, I'm thinking along Carrot Creek, where we will take as much as we possibly can along Carrot Creek as environmental reserve, but there has been some discussion through other area structure plans where we've taken additional lands other than environmental reserves to create trail corridors and recreation corridors. And it could have an impact on our ability to do that. So if we don't take it as, if we don't take it as municipal reserve, then we'll have to actually purchase the land from the developer at developable rates.
A mere $16 million. Yes.
That's our assumption right now based upon more recent assessments that we've done in the area. Yes.
So what it sounds to me is that if we do this, if this were to pass, then we're really limiting our options where we can take municipal reserve for other features later. We're really like, this is the chunk we want at the expense of others, unless we're prepared to pay dearly for it in cash. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yes, in a sense. I know Mr. LaFleur will have probably some legalese regarding all of this, but as a general, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Hanson, and then Councillor Mackay.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I just have a process question maybe for Mr. Lafleur or Ms. Caulfield. Council embarking on this in Q3 2022, can they do a time extension on this as it goes if we're not ready with the annexation, if we're not ready for other MDP amendments? Or if we, or maybe if the land still isn't available for purchase?
So I'm not entirely clear. Are you saying, assuming the motion passed, could we then postpone it after that?
Yeah, because it's my intent really to just get this on the books so that this is, you know, if council approves it, that you've got sort of the safe area south of Meadowview Drive. But right now we can't do anything with it because we don't own it. So by the time you get to Q3 2022, and maybe nothing's changed, can council just put a time extension on this for another year, so to speak,
okay.
and then debate it then?
We could.
So for clarification, the motion only speaks to an amendment to the MDP, right? And as Christina has correctly pointed out, that in and of itself wouldn't lead to any particular consequence. There's a clause in the MGA that makes it clear that just because a statutory plan, you know, contemplates this, that, or the other thing, there's no obligation on the municipality to actually do it. What really what you need to do is make a companion amendment to the LUB. That's where it really comes into play. And yes, one way to handle things would be to take, you know, land as municipal reserve, but you can also just rezone land. I mean, wouldn't be the first time or the last time that a council just rezones land that's privately owned in a way that the landowner doesn't particularly like. So you don't, but I point out that this is all in the future. The actual amendment to the MDP in and of itself has no particular consequences to development generally or to whoever owns the land right now. So the short answer is yes, you could, as you put it, Councillor, get it on the books now if council is willing to pass this, and then defer making any decisions on what to do about that for as long as you need to do.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, I guess in following up on Councillor Hanson's inquiry, I mean, in all intents and purposes, even though all we're doing is amending the MDP, but we are essentially suffocating the landowner because, I mean, they know that this sword is hanging over them potentially. But where are we with any of the ASP development? We're not even starting the Lakeview Area Structure Plan yet, or have we started? Where are we in that process?
We have started that process. Planning and development have undertaken the background studies. We're still collecting some information regarding groundwater, but the majority of those studies have been completed. It is within our business plan to continue on with the Lakeview Business District area structure plan specifically for our lands within the city. And we are looking, and we will be looking at that through 2021 and 2022. So we will be going out for a request for proposal to get hopefully hire a contract, have a contract in with a planning agency to conduct that file this year and next year.
So in that whole process, I mean, right now the landowner would be consulted in relation to the development of that ASP. Is that correct?
We would be talking to them, yes.
Okay. So I mean, from a process or from a regular normal development process, are we out of step here? Or I know we can change any statutory document at any particular time, but are we somewhat ahead of are we trying to jump behind to jump ahead?
So what the MDP provides administration right now is a set of future land uses and future land use that we're trying to achieve. So looking at the map as it currently stands, that is the way, and council has directed administration and has stated out to the public and to the people who own those lands about the intent of the future land use. Because those lands right now are identified for employment, that is what the public and the landowners would expect. And as we move forward with our area structure plan process, that is what we would be designing in that area, something that would accommodate employment type land uses into the future. So it is important information for us. Mr. Lafleur, do you have anything else to add to that?
The only thing I would add is that would be the case even if the map was changed as per the motion. Either way, it's very important information for planning to be aware of, because it drives kind of all of your forward planning, all of your long-term planning, to know that. So yeah, I agree completely. It is important.
But would it be conceivable, and I guess this is hypothetical, so I apologize if administration doesn't even want to comment on it, and I would accept that. But when you're developing the ASP, I mean, potentially road alignment could be altered significantly. So you could actually change the alignment of Meadowview Drive based on what your studies would determine. And that could maybe move more to the south. That would significantly, you know, impact and change all of the land designations anyways, correct? I mean, we could be looking at a substantially smaller parcel of land than the existing area 3 or the area that we're talking about tonight.
So within our current processes for area structure plans, road alignments don't require an amendment. So they're not as, the information is more to help inform rather than set in stone. So in one way, the movement of the road wouldn't matter, but what the issue is that you still have employment lands, right? So that would still, because right now council has stated that that's what they would like to see as future land uses for those lands is employment. We would go forward trying to design the area structure plan to comply with that. If we decided through our studies that perhaps this is an inappropriate land use for whichever reason, we would bring that forward and look at amending the municipal development plan at that time.
So we could basically do that later because it was not developable or what the MDP intent of that land was. So, I mean, but theoretically you could move the roadway so that you would, I mean, right now you have employment on both sides of Meadowview. You have it on the north and you have it on the south. But if you change the road alignment, majority of it would be on the north side and you would have more, anything on the south would probably move more over to environment or open spaces or some other designated, but certainly not suitable for employment. So I'm just being hypothetical again. It's potentially possible. Anyways, I mean, that's a hypothetical question and not something they can answer, Mayor. So I appreciate, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate the conversation.
Any more questions? Councillor Watkins.
What's the present zoning of the land right now?
Industrial, I think. That's what we just did with the MDP.
No, the zoning.
Oh, sorry.
It's urban reserve.
It is urban reserve.
Yeah.
What uses are you allowed under urban reserve right now?
At a high level, the urban reserve is a holding district that basically has, I will just call them generally agricultural land uses. They're quite specific based upon what was there from the 2007 annexation. But they're mostly of an agricultural nature.
The present zoning is agricultural, basically agricultural use. It's urban reserve, but the uses are basically agricultural, along with some other, there's got to be some other uses in there too. Are there any other commercial uses in there that you can do under an urban reserve? None? Okay.
They would only be related to agriculture, basically.
Okay. And then what is the land used for now?
I think it's being used for agricultural purposes.
It would be nice to know what it's used for now, because that speaks to the fact of what he's using it for, and if we change the long-term designation, is that going to impact him in the short term, the short to near term? Because if he plans on farming it for the next 20 years, and we designate it as long-term, as environmentally sensitive land, it's not going to hurt him in the near term for what he's doing with it. And to your knowledge, has the owner ever contacted the city in regards to redevelopment of the land?
So there are several owners of these properties. It's not just one parcel. It is split. Looking at the air photos, it does look like it is under crop production for all of these areas. We have been in conversations with one of the landowners who is looking at bringing forward an amendment or proceeding and contributing to our area structure plan. And they are looking at employment type and commercial type uses.
Okay. And how many total acres of land are we looking at here?
I'm going to ask Adrian to respond to that one because I know he looked it up most recently.
On the south side of the road, north of the floodplain, you're talking around, I think it's 68 acres. And I apologize, I don't know what that is in hectare offhand. I just did the calculation.
So to come up with the $16 million, did you take 68 acres by some average dollar value? Because that would be $235,000 an acre, roughly 235, 294.
Ballpark.
That is correct, yes.
And of that total land, of the 68 acres, when they subdivide that land, you're going to take some of it as ER, correct?
Well,
some of it below the floodplain. There's a titled parcel, and then there's the water. And part of that is probably going to be taken as ER, any that's in floodplain when they subdivide. So what portion of that is taken?
There's a decent chunk of those lands that are below the floodplain. The 68 acres was only the land outside of the floodplain.
Okay, so the 68 acres is the land outside of the floodplain, not the total titled area of the parcels. Okay. And okay, that was a clarification. I wondered if their total parcel area was 68 acres. But you've taken the total parcel area, you've minus what you consider is going to be environmental reserve, and you came up with a net 68 acres left, and then times that by 235 to come up with $16 million estimate of purchase.
Yeah, that's the methodology, basically, Councillor Watkins.
And then Councillor Mackay was talking about realigning the road. So basically, if here's the water and here's the road, and we wanted all of this environmental, but some of this is developable. Councillor Mackay was talking about moving the road like this, correct? And giving the owners some developable land on this side, but maybe taking some more land on this side of the road. Is that your understanding of what he was trying to say? That was my understanding. Maybe Councillor Mackay was. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yeah, I liked your hand diagram a little bit better than my ability to say it. Yeah, but your use of props was clarifying.
Okay. Well, those are my questions. Okay, because I think that you could possibly realign the road and everybody could be a winner. They could have some developable land. If the curvature if the geometry of the road can be curved as such, it's not going like this, right? Because you're not going to have an arterial road that goes like that. It has to have a gentle curve. So coming back far, is Meadowview going to be an arterial road? Sorry, that's one other question.
I don't know, but I would assume it would be an arterial, yes.
Okay.
That would be decided through the area
lower
structure
level road, then it can curve more because we have even lower speed limits. So there's really not much idea of the curve, right? Because the lower the speed limit, the more you can curve the road to some degree. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Okay, I am accepting your motion, Councillor Hanson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I realize that administration really doesn't want to see this go to open spaces, but I think we have to take stock of what Bless provided us. The downside of this amendment is the necessity to go back to the EMRB. But if we are going to be going back to the EMRB for other reasons, I believe and not just this one, so it's not a one-off, I think we can protect this land. Bless reminded us that it's important for us to be stewards of this land, especially that this is quite sensitive natural area within St. Albert. It's a breeding, nesting, and staging area for migratory birds, and it's also a major stopover location for migrating bird species, including swans, geese, and pelicans. And that's out of their report that they presented to us when they, had concerns over south of Meadowview becoming employment areas. I think that as we build the area around Big Lake to provide sanctuary, we've got a lot of developable land within the MDP. And if this is a very sensitive natural area, and it's not just birds either, it's trees, I think that we need to take stock of what Bless is telling us. I think we need to keep the land protected. I think, the EMRB argument is really kind of a moot point. And I also think that with administration saying that this is developable land, that's great, and that they want to be able to develop both sides of the road. And they say that that's a great economic investment for us. I think having a protected area where people can go and witness a sanctuary and see that St. Albert protects its land is also a draw to our city. So I'm not sure that I completely buy the argument on investment. So, I guess I'll just come back to the point where I hope that this council takes this area, kind of listens to Bless, because they have been working with us as that whole area has developed. They have made it also a point that the Red Willow Trail is through there, and we have a plan for the Red Willow Trail, and this could disrupt it. It might actually be in opposition to really what we're trying to do. So before we just give it a green light to be employable, developable lands, I think we should take stock, pause, and hold it as major open spaces and see how this develops in the years to come. And council will have that ability to do that. I'm just saying right now, I think that land should stay protected. And at a later date, as ASPs are developed and more detail is put into the area, maybe there is going to be a win-win, like Councillor Watkins said. But right now, MDPs are blobs on maps. And I would like to see this little blob go to open major spaces and protect the sanctuary of the natural area. So that's kind of where I'm at.
All right. Everyone else? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hear your passion for keeping this and designated environmental reserve, and you're speaking to the wishes and the advice of Bless, and I certainly appreciate that group. However, now having said that, the motion that's before us is simply to change the designation on the map, and it doesn't preclude the open house that needs to occur in order to make this a reality. And so when I looked at this, the one voice, or the voices that we haven't heard in terms of this, is the landowners, and they deserve to be heard. Having said that, they will get their opportunity at the public hearing. And I think at that point in time, it's really incumbent upon council of the day to weigh the merits between the Bless perspective and then the homeowners, landowners. And but having said that, I like the idea of raising the debate, and I think is worthy debate in our community. So Given that that's my understanding, unless I hear differently, I'll be supporting your motion, Councillor Hansen.
Anyone else want to dive into debate? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm really not sure where I'm going to go on this. Because past what color blob it is in the map, it's about whether or not we can actually take it to the next step, which is, are we prepared to, unless it's, I realize this is a future council decision, but we're also putting this on their plate, is what do you think the likelihood is that we're going to spend $16 million or thereabouts to purchase the land? I doubt that the landowners are just going to give it away. And if we put this as MR, we are now restricting our options for all the other areas along Parrot Creek. So doing this is not without consequences. And so I mean, I have some really serious concerns about, I understand what the goals that Bless are trying to achieve, and I share them, but I also look at whether or not we're just doing a lot of work, then ultimately we're not going to be able to carry through with the end goal anyway. The only thing we'll achieve is temporary changes of blobs in the map and perhaps disrupt the ability for the ASP to be done completely and include those lands the way that it ultimately might end up being. Because unless we actually think that we are either prepared to sacrifice a lot of other land around that area for trails, or that we think that the next council will be prepared to put $16 million into securing those lands, then we're just creating a lot of work for administration to ultimately not even achieve the goal. So I'm looking forward to hearing what anyone else has to say on this, because this is, I do have some serious concerns about whether or not we're just making a political statement or we're actually trying to achieve a goal that's achievable. That's it.
Anyone else? Councillor Jolly. And then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you. So Councillor Hansen, I understand what we're trying to achieve here, and you made good points. I'm also struggling, like Councillor Hughes, to understand kind of where this is going. I can't, we heard today that there are a lot of landowners involved in this, and I really struggle with whether the municipality would be willing to purchase these lands to make them a park, which or a protected area, especially in light kind of the Carrot Creek situation that we're going to be dealing with at the ASP level coming up right away. And I think, as was kind of indicated in the background, or that ASP process is the best place to ensure that our priorities in terms of environmental protections are addressed, and a lot of those are in that new NDP, so that those will kind of carry forward to that ASP process. So again, I'm open, but I'm really struggling with this one. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, probably gonna have to go back to the hand talking again. But I would like to support this, but I think when it comes back, there should be a little more information, because here's going to be the water again, and here's going to be Meadowview. We're going to take some ER here against here when they subdivide, which you just said a big chunk, and that is the reason why you take ER is to protect Big Lake. And the municipalities, a lot of the time, they'll take some upland land above the ER, and they say, well, we need that to protect the edge of the ER. So they may take another 10 or 20 meters of land from there, who knows? But we're talking about a width of here of several hundred meters, I believe, this depth. So, and I'm not too sure, since this is all farmed, how much of this do we need to protect the lake? And so I think there's a little more information that needs to be given here to say, do we need all this land to protect Big Lake? Do we need part of it? And can we possibly move Meadowview Drive a little bit farther this way to give them some developable land and also meet the goals of the Big Lakes, the Bless Society? So for me, I think there's kind of, I would rather have more information come back. And like I say, this is for the next council, but I think the next council should have more information on which to make the decision. And along the short of it, it should include more scientific nature about how much of this land is needed to protect the lake, in addition to the ER that has already been taken. And secondly, is there the opportunity to amend or bend Meadowview Drive? So I would support bringing back an amendment, and then that discussion and argument and debate can occur at the next council when it comes back about how much is really needed. So yeah, I'm going to support it, I think.
You talked yourself into it?
Yeah, those are kind of my comments and support for it.
Okay.
But I think there should be more information given to the people who are going to make the final decision.
Yeah. Councillor Mackay.
Oh yeah, well you confused me there. I mean, I think that I think the information that's going to come out from the ASP just as easily as it would come from having a public hearing on an MDP amendment. So I mean, I'm not entirely sure what we gain by just pushing this off into the next council when we're going to get the information through the ASP process, as Councillor Jolly has identified. I mean, it's clear. I mean, there's still environmental considerations that deal with all of those setbacks that you've identified, Councillor Watkins. So all we are really, we don't have the information, but we're going to have a little bit more information if we approve this motion tonight, and then have another whole public hearing process on it. And I just don't know what we're going to accomplish that we can't do right now through the ASP process, because for all of those areas that you've identified, Councillor Watkins, we will protect Big Lake. And I understand Bless's concerns. I understand all of Council's concerns, because I share those environmental concerns as well. But I mean, right now it's being used for agricultural purposes. When you factor in all of the changes at the ASP level, I don't think you're going to have a lot of land that's going to be actually used for employment. You're going to end up using it for either environmental reserve or parks or other things. So I wait to be convinced in closing arguments as well. All I guess it is too, because I just see that we're just creating another step right now that we don't need. We already have it through our existing processes, and we just don't need to do this at this particular time. But again, it's like Councillor Broadhead, he's always so smart on these things. I mean, it's never a bad thing to hear many voices. So I'm more than willing to push this forward, but at the same time, it's recognizing it's down the road and with another council. So I have no hands. I didn't use my hands there.
Councillor Watkins, you're really only allowed to go into debate once. I've been kind of laxing on that rule, but I think we can get to a motion, because I think the important thing is we're not making a decision today. This is just about bringing forward an amendment and a public hearing. So Councillor Hanson, I'm going to
debate more than once. Yeah.
Pardon?
I said lots of people always enter into debate more than once here.
I know, and I haven't been very good with that. Yeah, I got to try to be better. So yeah, Councillor Hanson, I think the key point was that we're not making a decision today. Bringing forward an amendment with a public hearing in the future, and allowing the landowners and the community, and not just Bless, the community, to decide how this land should be developed in the future. And for me, it was not industrial in the old NDP. It was a change in the new NDP. So that's why I would probably be in favor of it at the, in Q3. So anyway, I'll allow you to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, at the end of the day, I want people to open up Flourish and see that council is future looking in terms of environmental stewardship. Now, having said that, all kinds of changes can be made. It's a year from now where you are going to have more information as a council, and you may decide that major open spaces isn't where you want to go, or the ASP is going to change. But I think from this day on, we need to be able to say, and say it with conviction, that we want to protect the land that's south of Meadowview. And it's not just Bless. There has to be a full public consultation that goes on along with this. So council is never going to make a decision without robust public consultation. So I'm just asking for an amendment to call these areas major open spaces over employment. the details are to come, and that's going to be for another council. But I do think that we have a gem within our city, and I think that our new MDP needs to really reflect council's commitment to environmental stewardship. So I really have to say, I know that Bless kind of tipped me over the point, but I really, really feel that they are on the right track. And I think that most people in St. Albert want to see that we are taking strides and steps to protect our some of our areas. And this for me is one of them. Whatever councils decide in the future is going to be their decision, but that's where I am today. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. So all those in favor? I've got Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Watkins. That's unanimous. Okay. All right. I thought that might be actually one that I needed to count, but okay. You just left a legacy, Councillor Hanson. All right. Next on our agenda, it's 4:30. Yeah, we've got time. Or do you guys need a dinner break? Okay, let's keep going. This is you, Councillor Mackay, the household pool bookings. Just, I know you might not move this motion, but read it into the record, and we'll ask questions, and then if you want to move it, I'll accept it, and we can move forward.
Yeah, no, I think I will move it in, but like you identified, I'm not 100% sure I'll move it forward just due to circumstances that we're living in currently. That the hourly fee for 1 hour booking for household family swimming be set at a yet to be determined hour, that the hourly difference be subsidized out of the previously approved COVID-19 supports.
All right, so any questions on this? Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I guess my big question is, why do you want to subsidize pool rentals but not swimming lessons or skating lessons or that kind of thing?
That's simple. That's really easy. I mean, you just have to look at what the basis of the activity is. I mean, certainly what we're looking at here is we're not talking about those pool parties that we used to have for $175 an hour. What we're asking is in that time frame, and we got to remember, we're looking at it back at that lens that we were looking at prior to kind of the latest lockdown, and now maybe with the reopening that's going to be occurring, and then hence my hesitancy about this. But when we were first looking at this, the whole purpose of this was to allow families that have been, for all intents and purposes, cooped up on indoor activities or on regular activities that they could actually participate in with their own family, access to the swimming pool. Now, that was the only kind of purpose behind that. And when we ended up seeing how much that cost, I thought, that's a big burden to put on one family, $175 an hour. At the time, I was seeking additional information as to what that all included as well. So when we were looking at what we were subsidizing, I wasn't subsidizing individual activity or individuals that were going to go for swimming lessons or individuals that were going to be using it for maybe team events or other aquatic events. I was looking for it as a way of involving a family together in some recreational time that was so vitally important in a particular, and in a pandemic that was happening at that particular time, because we were only looking at subsidizing families. I couldn't see how we could be, why would we be subsidizing individual lessons and other activities? But I was open to the discussion.
Okay. That's the question. Confused, but I'll leave my comments for debate. Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Any more questions?
No, but if you're confused, then please ask for clarification.
I guess, like, I'm thinking as a life skill, swimming lessons is really important. So I don't understand why it's okay to not subsidize swimming lessons, which would cost my family, I don't know, $550 or something, compared to a free swim.
I just think that you're talking about totally different activities. I think for me, and this is my perception of it, one is more of a family focus, the other one is more of a skill development. And the one requires perhaps, I mean, not in your case because of your background, but one requires the use of a staff person specifically for that one-on-one instruction. Whereas you have the other one that's more around a family-oriented get together, go use our facility, just get out of the house, be able to have the importance of recreation, as we just saw the whole video at the beginning of the day. So I saw a distinct difference between one, which is a learning skill development, versus the other one, which is just spontaneous use. Big difference in my perception.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So we need a number in here, Councillor Mackay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we do, but I was hoping for the backgrounder, but I was also, at the time, we were looking at something in the range that was obviously for, you know, anywhere that's in 175, but probably looking at the information that was provided around some of the expenses would be around like anywhere around 110, but I was open to feedback from both administration and council.
I guess it's your motion. So if you're gonna bring it forward, we need a number, start debating a number in your motion. And that may influence what people ultimately vote on and agree to, is how much of a subsidy are you looking at? So
well, that depends on whether or not we're going to bring it forward too, because I mean, obviously our times have changed and we're also going to be opening up an outdoor pool in the middle of June, hopefully. So that changes a lot in the overall background.
Yeah, and there's the potential that in 30 days from now we'll be fully open and not require any of this at all, right? So
yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if you bring it forward, you've got to have a number. So just giving you the heads up here.
No, absolutely. But that's part of the reason I didn't put a number in there is because I think it's important, and I would look at administration, and I think it's important for our residents because, I mean, we obviously got the backlash in relation to $175. And certainly for me, being not able to understand the entire costs of operating that facility and the extra expenses, you know, it was very useful to get the backgrounder that showed that actually cost us $220 an hour right now, and that we were already subsidizing it significantly to the tune of 175. And we were also, it was also of use, and I'm not sure why I'm defending this when it could have been the actual administration, but it was of use that because we kept hearing about other municipalities, particularly Leduc and their low number of $42, but we didn't realize the restrictions, one time only being the biggest one, right? Where you can only make it one booking throughout the entire time. We also didn't realize that, you know, initially were we talking about partial use of the facility, full use of the facility, and what are the impacts? So I think that, you know, having the backgrounder with all of the information was extraordinarily useful. So, and I also think right now that, I mean, that was pre-shutdown. We've been shut down now for 3 weeks. We moved down into a different, well, we've just had the announcement last week of a reopening. That's going to free up our ability to even open up Grosvenor Pool, which we couldn't even do last year. So now all of a sudden that gives us other opportunities. So my intent was just even reading this in tonight is that we could have the discussion so our residents would understand that there's a cost to use our facilities, and this was the cost. And now that we're moving past, we have an opportunity to move in away from this, and I don't think we need to actually look at it. All
right. So it sounds like you talked yourself out of it.
No, I was already pretty much talked out of it, but I wanted to have the discussion.
Yeah, I think the disclosure to the public and letting them know what our real costs are and what the subsidy levels are, I think is a good thing to do, just so that people do have a full understanding of there's nothing free but running a city, right? So sometimes people think it should be somehow ferries rented or something, but everything costs money to do.
But I think it's also important going forward that we understand that there's costs and that we see that, and there's nothing wrong in looking at whether we can be more efficient or if there's another way that we can identify, even for future counselors, what some of the challenges are in operating a facility. So, I think had this come forward at the initial time frame prior to the latest shutdown, lockdown, I probably would have put forward and moved it forward just due to that just due to the spontaneous use. Sorry, Natalie, I saw your hand up again.
Well, I'm just going to clarify with Carrie. So phase 2 of the reopening would allow the pool to reopen, but under the same restrictions as before the shutdown. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding that under phase 2, we'd be looking at for outdoor use 1/3. And I believe it's up to 1/3 usage of the facility based on our capacities.
Okay. But then when we
That's
get
correct.
to phase 3, we're back to normal, which could, as Councillor Hughes said, could be late June, early July.
That is what the government is projecting if our numbers continue to decrease.
Oh, and we have 236 new cases today, which is the lowest I've seen in a number period. So
Oh, in Alberta?
yeah, today's 236.
That's nice. Councillor Jolly, did you have another question?
Well, just to kind of add to the conversation about how much value we get from creating a whole new system around this. If the pool is allowed to open up right away, so between then and when we're allowed to have kind of normal capacity, probably end of June, would that mean like 10 families would be subsidized, or do we have a kind of ballpark number of families that would get that hour?
Are you talking to me or who are you talking to?
Administration, I assume, would know that.
So I'm going to pass it over to Diane and Kelly right now, as they'll have the most updated information.
Thanks, Carrie, and through the chair. So just to give a high-level overview of what will happen in stage 2, to Carrie's point, it will be opening up more, 30% of capacities, but we can also open up more programming. So we can go back to the reservation system for public swim as a reservation with 3-meter distancing. We can go back to lane swim, again, with a 3-meter distancing. So back to how we were in the fall. So we don't have to now just have household only bookings when we open in stage 2. And then correct, in stage 3, that also changes to a lot more access, like back to fairly much back to normal. So if that opens fairly quickly, and so when we open, so stage 2 is opening Fountain Park indoor, it then would allow for more opportunities for aquatics.
Thank you for that overview. I look forward to hearing more on Thursday.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Probably should have done the overview before the 3rd degree here.
So, Councillor Mackay, are we moving this motion?
No, I don't think so. But I thought the discussion, I think it would have even been better if administration would have provided a brief overview, but maybe they wouldn't. They didn't come prepared to do a presentation. I'm not sure, but the material's all there, so I don't believe that it'd be any use to bring forward a motion at this particular time. Just put it in just put it in one of those other after action reports, learning opportunities for EOC or wherever else we can do.
All right. Okay, seriously, do you guys need a break before the 2 public hearings? Because there won't be probably an opportunity. Okay, I'm going to keep trudging through them because I'm going to pass the chair over to Councillor Jolly, your deputy mayor right now, right?
Yep.
All right, passing it over to you.
All right, I accept that chair. And you've got a motion that you'd like to read in.
Yes, that the driveway fire pit pilot program become a permanent program in St. Albert.
Okay, so before I accept that, are there any questions? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
So, and maybe I misunderstood, but I thought the fire pit driveway program was really just for propane and not for people to make a little wooden fire in their driveway, correct? I don't know how many to look at here, but it's a propane fire only, right? That's what I was thinking you're putting in your driveway.
That is my understanding, but I'm going to pass the baton over to our acting chief, Scott Wild.
Thanks, Carrie. Okay, Councillor Hughes, do you want to just so I can clarify, you were asking if the front driveway pit would be kind of a natural wood burning or a propane?
No, I'm assuming it's propane only.
So the current program right now is for fire. You don't need there's no regulations using propane at any time, any day, anything along those lines. So the change would be changing it to a wood burning fire. in the front yard. Currently, the backyard is wood burning. So yeah, that would be the change.
Okay, so I'm just looking at logistics here because I must be missing something. So it takes some effort to make a wood burning fire pit, unless they have a kind of bowl. Because I'm like, you can't just temporarily make a fire pit for Saturday night only for one night for wood in the middle of my front yard. Like, and
That's
so,
correct. It would be a temporary pit. They're very, you see them in a lot of places now. They're a metal, most of them are kind of a dome-shaped metal container, or a kind of they come pre-built. They're into a metal container.
So I guess the next question I had, I'm not sure this is to the mayor or to what, because when I look at the issues, the smoke, etc., that's all from a wood burning fire. If you were to put a propane fire in there only, you wouldn't have any of those issues, including a fire ban issue, because you can use them in a fire ban. So when I look at this, let's assume that this motion goes forward as is, because the mayor handed off the chair, so I'm assuming that she's going to move forward on it. Would it be a solution to say a fire pit program front as a propane fire pit only, like I don't know what the words are, but a driveway propane only fire pit program that would go forward, as opposed to putting the smoke version? Like how much of an issue has the wood been versus that?
In the back, there hasn't been any, or very few that I know of, any issues with the front yard permits or the front yard fires that have gone on since basically Halloween 2020. They're the most common call we get about the backyard pit is still the smoke, the unintended fires that are burning, and the smoke drifting into the neighbor's yard. That makes up the majority of our nuisance calls right now. We would anticipate them being somewhat similar. Just maybe less, because the frequency would only be one night a week, rather than right now you could have a backyard fire any night of the week if you have a permit.
So your interpretation of this motion is that, again, it would be permanent but only allowed one day a week?
Saturday is the day it's been proposed.
Okay. I actually thought that, okay, so the driveway pilot program is considered Saturday only, and in your interpretation of this motion is it would continue again for only Saturday nights?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. Because it just said the issues from the pilot, I'm talking about the smoke again. It said issues in the pilot program was that a lot of people were complaining about the smoke.
No, there wasn't very many issues.
That wasn't the case.
It's a different, the backyard, we seem to have people burning their leaves. We have them burning all kinds of, it seems to be more of an education problem in the backyard. People are doing yard work and they feel that they should just rake their leaves or their tree branches and throw them into the fire pit. Front yards are different demographics. It's, they're not, we haven't seen it, but it would be less likely that people are going to bring leaves from the backyard or tree branches and start burning kind of their, their seasonal cleanings in that situation.
Okay. So in your opinion, would it be, I guess, in your opinion, would it be preferable that we only did propane fire pits versus propane and wood? Or do you think that it's fine either way if it was a Saturday only? I'm sorry, hold on a second here. Okay, just got loud in my room here. I guess I'm asking your opinion of having it be a propane fire pit only. The restriction.
I'm not sure that that's a fair question.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if he thinks that the wood's a big problem or not. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like wood versus propane only. Because if it's propane only, you can use it anywhere and it doesn't disturb anybody.
So I think, just to clarify, you said that we've seen a lot of complaints from the backyard fires, but not the front yard with the actual wood block, like people socializing. Is that kind of what you're asking, Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot this year. Off my head, I think there's been 2 or 3 that are somewhat systemic to the area. But typically that's where the concern comes from. Someone has smoke blowing in from the backyard. So to answer Councillor Hughes' question, so the fire services would obviously endorse the propane fire. That's probably the safest and the least invasive fires. It might not just be as accessible to everyone, that they have to go buy a pit that's, might be a little bit more, it just might be harder to get. The wood, typically the wood it's not the wood, it's the type of wood, and most likely it's the condition of the wood. So I think through better education and just really making sure people understand the wood fire, a lot of that smoke can be reduced. Wind speed makes a difference too. Calmer days, you're not going to have as much smoke drifting into the neighborhood. And again, I think front yard pits, it'd be less likely that a front yard pit would be unattended. I think the neighbors would see that versus a backyard pit where a lot of our calls originate because someone lights a fire and then they go in for the evening or they go in for a couple hours and then the neighbors are concerned and they pull those in.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Councillor Watkins, go ahead.
Yeah, did you say that the incidence of complaints increased or didn't increase when we had during the pilot program?
I checked into it and it didn't seem we got any extra calls about the front yard. We did have some backyard concerns or calls come in during that same time.
Because on our agenda report on page 411, it says the nuisance, smoke, and neighborhood disagreement aspect of front yard fire pits has increased during the pilot project.
Yeah, I believe, and I wrote that, but when I looked into it even further, it was just in general, the calls in general had increased over the few months. So I don't think it was related to front yards. It was more just related to fire pits in general.
Okay, and the majority of the complaints you say you get right now are about smoke from rear yard fire pits?
That's correct.
All right, okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other questions? I've got one for Mayor Herron. I'm curious to know why you are limiting this to Saturday nights. Just a lot of the feedback I've heard is from shift workers and whatnot who would like to see more flexibility.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I've tried to.
Sorry, that was for Mayor Herron.
Oh, I think we can both jump in. Okay. Honestly, Councillor Jolly, it's because it was a pilot program on Saturday nights, and I just didn't want to have to keep asking Mr. Scoble to extend it. So I said, let's just make it permanent. I'm open to a further debate on that, or take it in baby steps and do it Saturdays for now, and then change it later. I'm open to anything, but honestly, I just wanted to not have to continue to ask for it to get extended. So just make it permanent. So okay. I don't know if Scott wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think like I've taken this project over somewhat. I think it originated on Halloween, which was a Saturday, and then it just originated to be Saturdays moving forward. You know, I've thought about it. I've asked around. There's really no definitive reason why Saturdays. And I think what emergency services could support is just the fact that it does increase the risk of more nuisances and more smoke being smoke-related calls. Limited to one day, like the mayor suggested, might be a good way to start the program and see how it unfolds over the next, you know, not as a pilot, but as a full sponsored program, and then determine if increasing the frequency at that point.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor Herron, given that the Saturday pilot has been wildly successful, in my opinion, would you take it as friendly to add Fridays as a start and then revisit it kind of whenever to see if that would be?
Yeah, sure, we could, yeah. So Friday, Saturday, that would be fine. It's still only 2 out of 7 nights a week. And
okay.
Yeah, that's a friendly.
Thank you. And my other question was about the propane fires. So going back to those, did I understand correctly that those propane ones you can use pretty much everywhere, like in parks or front drive, anytime? Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. They can even be used during a time of fire bans.
Okay.
They're just like your barbecue. They still need certain requirements, but yes, you can use them anytime.
So this pilot had nothing to do with propane fire pits. It was just extending it to wood burning fire pits. Is that right? That's
my understanding. That's correct.
So I got a question from a resident today, whether they can take their propane fire pit into a park. So that's permitted right now, like to hang out with friends.
Just thinking, just a minute.
I'm trying to.
It'd be no different than taking a barbecue to a park, and you want it to, you know, people tailgate off of, you know, they bring their barbecues to.
Little hibachi's.
Okay, that's really good to know, just to give people options about where they can socialize, especially with what's happening right now. That's all the questions I have. Anything else before I accept? Or I don't know, Mayor, if you're able to adjust your wording to add that I'm not sure if someone has wording.
Sure. The driveway fire pit pilot program become a permanent program in St. Albert for Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay. And Mr. LaFleur, that suits you? Everyone will understand that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
No problem.
So I'll
Actually, take away the word nights, just Fridays and Saturdays.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll accept that. Mayor Hearn to open.
I'm going to tell you guys, I don't have a lot of comments on this one. It was when I was reading the background and I got to the end and it said fire services would endorse this initiative becoming permanent as it leads to a quality of life enhancement for the community. We acknowledge the benefits and do support the experience of enjoying a campfire with family and friends. That really just was, they wrapped it all up in a bow for me. The fire department is supportive of it. I know the residents have been really, really happy with it, and they've been using it. I've been tagged in pictures and social media. It's been a real relief for our residents during COVID. And beyond COVID, I just think it's a nice way to get to know your neighbors. Instead of having people always congregating in their backyard, let's bring community out to the front yards. People are walking by, you make friends. I just think it's a good addition to the city. And I'm not sure what other municipalities are doing, but I think people will appreciate it here.
Anyone else on debate? Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my support to this, Madam Mayor, and to your point, Councillor Jolly, wildly successful. I haven't heard anybody that hasn't just really spoken positively about the experience. Thank you.
All right, I would just add that I'm very supportive of this. I'm excited that propane was allowed before. The only front yard fires that I've had have been propane. I haven't seen one wood burning one, and hopefully we'll see fewer people using those as kind of that education about smoke kind of is understood by the community. But certainly I love seeing people in their front yards and I guess parks socializing with their friends and family. So Mayor Hearn to close.
Nothing else to add except for I hope that if this does pass, that we do take advantage of the opportunity to do some education on what type of wood, maybe not use wood on windy days. The propane is probably preferable, all the options out there. So great chance for further education for our residents. Nothing further.
You all call for the vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. I'll pass the chair back to you, Mayor Hearn.
All right, thanks. All right, we have a 3-minute break because it's 4:57 and we have the public hearing at 5. So seriously, 3 minutes and back in your chairs. We're back, guys. Seeing if everybody's chewing, getting some food in their mouth. All right, is everybody here? Councillor Hanson, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Watkins, are you with us? There he is. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Sorry that it was so short. Couple public hearings right now, so I'm going to call the public hearing on bylaw 17, 2021, the Jensen Lakes redistricting, the 11th redistricting of the land use bylaw. And we have, so I'm calling that public hearing, making it open. We have Mr. Schultz to present. Go ahead.
Good evening. Let me share my screen. Are we seeing the right thing?
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Okay. So, good evening. My name's Eric Schultz. I'm here from Planning and Development to present bylaw 17/2021, which is a redistricting in the Jensen Lakes neighborhood. Oops. There we go. Jensen Lakes is a residential neighborhood located along the north edge of the city, just west of St. Albert Trail. Bylaw 17/2021 is an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw Schedule A. Schedule A graphically identifies each parcel of land in the city and its current land use. And when there's a change to a district in Schedule A, a redistricting occurs. The area to be redistricted is shown here and will be accessed from a local road called Jubilation Drive. The Jensen Lakes Area Structure Plan shows the area as low-density residential, and this aligns with both the previous municipal development plan and the current municipal development plan, Flourish. This application is proposing to redistrict approximately 0.4 hectares of land to low-density residential R1. The current land use district is Urban Reserve, which is a holding district until development actually occurs on the land. The application was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, as well as residents living within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting site. No concerns or comments were received. Therefore, in conclusion, the proposed redistricting is supported by the area structure plan and the municipal development plan, and therefore administration recommends that council approve the bylaw as presented tonight. Thank you. Another easy one.
Yeah, that was fast. All right. Okay, I'll open it up to questions of administration. Does any member of council have a question? Seeing none. I do have two people from Select Engineering and one from Mailcorp. I'm Layden, Michaela, Eric. Are you guys here just to answer questions, or would you like to make a presentation?
Just to answer questions.
Questions, okay. Does anyone have any questions for the proponents? Wow. Okay. Seeing none. So no questions of admin, no questions of the proponents. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
I'll move that the public hearing be closed.
Public hearing on 17, bylaw 17.
Move that the public hearing on bylaw 17/2021 be closed.
Thank you for that. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Councillor Watkins, while you're still there, do you want to do second and third reading?
I move that bylaw 17/21 being amendment 192 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a second time.
Awesome. Thank you. Any comments on this?
As you can see, this is just a minor amendment to clean up the a couple of lots there because due to the property line, they were left with some split lots. So they've just added a little triangle there so that they can finish off this little street and cul-de-sac. That's why when you look at under the report, it has all these impacts. Those impacts seem to be like well overdone for the description of what's going on here because this is just a tiny little triangle of land. I'm more than happy to support it.
Anyone else have any comments? All right, call for the vote. That is unanimous. And third reading, Councillor Watkins.
I'll move that bylaw 17/2021 being amendment 192 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a third time.
All right.
No further.
Okay, call for the vote. All right, thank you. I do think the area actually has, what's up there right now looks beautiful. So looking forward to what you guys do next.
Thank you very much
for joining us. Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Yep. Okay, council, we have one more public hearing. I don't know if this one's going to be quite as simple, but I will declare the public hearings open, or public hearing open for bylaws 29, 2021 and bylaw 30, 2021. So we do have staff with us again. I have, oh, Colin. Do you have a presentation for us? Sharing the screen. Okay. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. Okay, we do have a problem because you are not muted, but we can't hear you. No, we can't. Do you have headsets? Maybe that would help. Say something now. We still can't hear you. Can Chantal or Adrian do the presentation for us?
We do have the presentation. I'll see if I can bring it up on my screen, but yeah, Colin was prepared to speak. Colin, there's a headset or there's a
Unfortunately, I can't share my
office
screen
next
on
door if you
Chromebook.
want.
So there's a headset where?
I have a headset in my office, which is next to Colin's if he wants. He can go grab that one if he doesn't have a headset there.
We'll give you a couple seconds to go grab it. We can wait.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, no problem.
Okay, okay, perfect. Yeah.
So Colin could
Yeah,
share
I
his
can't
PowerPoint and you could speak to it.
Okay.
We'll just wait for him to get back.
Yeah, because I'm on my Chromebook. I can't share a screen on my Chromebook, so.
Did we have this in the new procedural bylaw as a? Is this the first time Colin's presented to council?
It is.
I feel like it is too. Poor guy.
We actually even did a dry run on Friday, believe it or not. Worked beautifully on Friday.
He was a member of the CSAB years ago.
Really?
suspense is killing me here.
I know.
If you need, Mayor, I do have the presentation. We can just
Sure, why don't you start, and if he gets
walk
back
through it.
and his audio is working, then he can take over.
Okay. I'll see here. I can't. Now I'm frozen.
Is Adrian totally frozen now? This is going well. There we go.
Or anybody else who could do it.
Is there? Can you see the screen share or not? My screen went completely black for like.
Yeah, that's all we saw. It said Adrian was sharing a screen, but it was just black. That's all we could see.
And you can't see it now?
No, nothing's being shared now.
Okay.
Adrian, I can try share it if you can send me the file.
Oh, now we can see it.
You have that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So who wants to speak to the slides? You, Adrian, or do you want Chantel to do it?
I can just muddle through it. It's fine.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
not
that
that
difficult. Yeah.
It's not that major of an amendment, really.
Yeah.
So thank you, thank you, Mayor and Council. I apologize for the technical difficulties there.
That's no one's fault. Don't worry.
Tonight we're presenting amendments to Schedule C of the sign regulations. Well, okay. Now it won't advance, or will it? Ah, here we go. So, so the purpose of the amendments is to change the duration of time for sign permit validity. Currently, sign permits are valid for 90 days. The proposal is to change the validity to 180 days, and this was an internally driven process, basically identified by administration as a way to spend more time on higher priority, more value-added type of projects. So we typically see a significant proportion of the signage applications on a year-to-year basis are renewed 4 times per year. And we thought rather than review those every 90 days, that it would make some sense to at least go to a 180-day schedule and see how that worked and free up some time, because it typically involves about 300 plus or minus permits per year. So I think I've touched on a number of that. It reduces the number of applications for businesses, which should be viewed as a positive. There's an overall savings of $62 for customers as a result of going to a 180-day period. And it reduces a significant amount of sign processing time for development officers that can be used, as I said, for other applications in the city in order to turn those around even quicker than we do already. And this will also reduce some of our front counter admin demand, because just again, reducing that that number of sign permits from somewhere in the 300s to 150 or something like that. I've touched on this already. So the public hearing serves as the opportunity for the public and stakeholder input. Again, this was raised in the council administrative agenda report that there was no other engagement. This was determined as a administrative, internally driven initiative. There was no sign industry demand or anything like that for this. This is something that we wanted to do to save time so that we could focus elsewhere. The fees for the portable signage would be adjusted from $161 to $260 as proposed for twice the time period. This enables some savings to the customer and also helps to pay for the cost of the theoretical potential increase in review of some of the, I guess, bylaw compliance, as well as just the bylaw amendment itself. So we touched on this already. It's around 300 permits per year. So at this rate, it would be around $40,000 annually in permits. And it will save time for the city and money for signage users if the amendments are approved as proposed. So the recommendation is that the document be given second and third reading.
Awesome. That's all you got?
That is all that I have.
Good job filling in. Okay, so any questions of Adrian or Chantel or Colin if he's there? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thanks. Good to see you, Adrian. I haven't seen you for so long. You look the same. I think I've aged 10 years and you've aged 2 days, but nonetheless, that's not the point. So I'm wondering, why did you not consult with the sign industry or businesses? I understand that the internal motivation, but like sometimes there's unintended consequences. So why didn't you talk to outside people to see what their opinion was about it?
Again, Councillor Hughes, it was just viewed as an internally driven process. We viewed it as a positive for any of the sign users because the fees were going to be decreased, and we had looked at the numbers, and the supermajority of users are using the signage in a 4 times per year application basis. So we just thought it made sense. It was, I guess, a matter of expediency or convenience. We could have engaged with the signage industry, but again, we viewed this as kind of a straightforward no-brainer from our perspective and something that we thought would help us to focus our efforts elsewhere.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions, Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. And this is kind of, Councillor Hughes, this is kind of related to your proposed amendments to this. So are there any concerns with having several different options for sign permits? So you could do your 90-day one for 161, you could do your 180 days, or you could do an annual one. Would that?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly, and maybe Chantel can speak to it too. The initial proposal was just like we're just going for pure simplicity, and we were proposing that everything be 180 days, and then it got kind of expanded from there a little bit. I think there's very few users that do appeal or that do apply for an only 1 time per year sign. Like I said, the super majority, over 90% of these 300 applications are for the full year on a temporary signage basis. So this was just like the 180 days was proposed as a step to see if we could go to even maybe a year as a temporary sign basis. I mean, it just adds a, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be any huge issues if we have a 90, 180 in 1 year. it's just not quite as simple and straightforward as we were shooting for, I guess.
You need check boxes on the form instead of none. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Chantel, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, just on average, and in the time that I've been with the city, I mean, even last year, I had one sign that came in for basically to use as a promotional type portable sign. I mean, yeah, like Adrian said, 99% of the sign permits that I issue, they're one after the other, and they haven't moved. So basically, it's more like a renewal than a new permit. It's just the same sign getting 4 permits a year, and this could be cut down to 1 permit per year or 2.
Okay, that sounds to me like the 1-year option might be beneficial for everyone involved. Am I reading that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions? Seeing no hands up, we do have one registered speaker. Greg Polechko is with us from Sign Guru. Greg, I see you logged in and you are unmuted. Do you want to turn on your camera?
I don't have a clue how to do that.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, maybe that's. Hold on a second here.
No, we can see.
May not have to see. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We could hear you really well, and then when you turned your camera on, it kind of went muffled. So you might not have bandwidth. You might have an issue. So I'll let you know. And if there's a problem, just turn off your camera and keep speaking, and it'll be fine. But
if somebody could turn off my camera for me, because I don't see that on my screen as being able to turn that on and off from the screen I'm on.
Well, actually, it sounds really good now. So oh, you just turned it off, or did someone else turn it off?
No idea.
Did someone on staff turn that off? Is that in the chat? You guys are all nodding at me.
Renee turned it off.
Renee, can you turn it back on? Because it was just fine. Okay. All right. Sorry for those technical confusion, Greg. You have spoken to council before, so you know the 5 minutes. So take it away whenever you're ready.
We got a mute problem now.
Yeah, and you're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
So, I think this is a step in the right direction for some, for sure, and many. But I think this is punitive to those that, need short term. And I can give you a couple of examples where landlords dictate that you can only be up 3 months at a time. The property just north of Home Depot, that property is dictated by the landlord at 3 months at a time. And there's another property on the west side, just past Fire Hall number 3 to the west. That property is also restricted by the landowner to 3 months at a time. So this sure will benefit many, but then it hurts others. So, it becomes very expensive then to put up a sign for 3 months. So I would ask council to direct to administration. Again, I think the simplest thing on the form is 3 boxes would be ideal, a 3 months, 6 months, and a 1 year option. And the administration costs, yes, would come down. And we like that idea too, from our perspective. And it would still come down by 90% on your side, but still have the promotion. They want to be the landlord and not be punitive to them. So I appreciate, I would ask for that leniency in the process to continue. It's simple. I think it's simple. The form is 3 check boxes. Which do you like? And away we go. So, currently, I think through COVID, you look at Leduc, they've gone to a 3-year permit for $100. I think is the numbers there. Strathcona has these kind of options. I think they have a 30, a 90, a 180, and a 365. So that would line us up a little bit better. Edmonton is a 90 and a 1 year. So if you want to make this even easier, then maybe that's a similar model we could follow would be a 90 and a 1 year, right? yeah, that's, I like the idea overall, but I think we need to provide some flexibility to our, what else am I missing here?
Did you have something else to add, Greg?
No, I'm just reading my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No,
So, yeah, I think, I think that, I think that mainly covers it. So if we could have that kind of flexibility, that'd be a positive thing for everybody.
Okay, excellent. So Council, do you have any questions for Greg? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thanks, Greg, for coming. So Chantel just mentioned that she wasn't getting renewals, or like everybody seemed to want a longer time than the short time. So, but that doesn't seem to be the experience that you're talking about. There are people out there that would want short-term signs, but I guess, is it that they're not coming to the city because we don't have the option, or what is the problem? Because we got two different messages.
No, I think the message from Chantel said, I think somebody stated 90% of permits are being renewed. So sure, that's probably, I think, fairly accurate. But we would take away that 10% option for those that are being, again, either have something short term and they don't want to be up for 6 months, so they would pay an extra $100 to be up for 6 months when they only wanted to be up for 3 months, let's say, or less. So that's punitive to them. And again, I just named 2 landlords that, again, don't do that. Yet you could argue, though, that the permits are running back to back to back, but they could be 2 by 2 different sign companies. So let's say my permit ends sign that property because the landlords, that's how they want it to run. We have to then cancel that permit. What's the process then where landlords would want us to cancel that permit because they only allow 3 months at a time?
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions for Greg? Okay, seeing none. Thanks for joining us, Greg. We're gonna take it back to administration and get some clarity on all this.
Thanks for hearing me.
No, absolutely. Okay, any more questions after that presentation for Adrian or Chantel? Seeing none, why don't I get...
Ray's got his hand up. One question.
Go ahead, Councillor Watkins. Yeah.
What was your reason for not giving a year option, staff?
This was just a baby step to see how it worked. We basically wanted to implement it, see how 180 days worked. We think that it probably will work, but we just wanted to see how it would work at 180, and then we'd come back in the next year and go for the year if everything went smoothly.
But but did we not say like 90% of those signs are kept up for a year anyways?
Yeah, that is true, Councillor Watkins. It was, again, just a baby step for the departure from the norm.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I apologize. Just something that, so to administration, there is some short-term effects potentially there. The previous presentation just identified that. Would you see it? And he referred to other municipalities, and so I'm not familiar with them, and maybe Chantel, you are obviously, but so would they charge potentially a little bit more for like a 3-month sign, a 90-day sign, and then start to go down in rate as you moved out? So what your proposal is would actually be 180 days would be what you're asking, and then a year would be 460. So I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is there like a tiered fee structure?
Yeah, I can't speak to other municipalities, but we do have our fee schedules broken up with permanent signs and then temporary signs. So the permanent signs are $240, and then the temporary signs are the portables, balloons, and banner signs. So we only have it broken up that way right now. And this is the first time we've done this way for portables. So yeah, so we're just giving this a try.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I was just trying to see, and because the presenter obviously identified a couple of you know, and like you've identified that they're not that many, and he's identified that too. But how do you deal with that if we're going to move away to the 180 days? Because there will be costs, because why would you get a 180-day permit if you're only legally allowed to have a temporary sign there for 3 months?
Yeah, and one option would be to just keep the 90 days, I think, for, you know, for those who don't need as much advertising, right? So 90, 180 in a year, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's what everybody's kind of arriving at potentially, but I was just wondering in the sense of administrative burden. I mean, obviously, if we're only talking about a couple of locations that require 3 month timeframes, you know, can administration, is that an added workload, or is that just, you can probably just kind of absorb that?
Yeah,
So-
definitely.
Yeah.
A lot of they're there for year after year, so that would definitely help them too.
I was just going to say, Councillor Mackay, I think, you know, the intention with this was to try to benefit both parties by making the cost incrementally less the longer they extended it, and that would save our time as well. If, as we said, Chantel's, you know, been reviewing the signs for 7 years or something like that, 8 years, and in that time we're always over 90% that just continue to renew. So we're talking about a proposition where we're addressing the less than 10%, and I don't think it's that onerous if we add a checkbox to keep it at 90. We'll just have to, I would think that it would be the same proposal where it's a little bit more if it's the 90, and it's a little bit less if it's 180, and then it's a little bit less if it's the year.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's where we're kind of landing on. Thanks.
Any more questions? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing on both these bylaws. And then if Councillor Hughes wants to do some amending motions, we can get into that conversation. So Councillor Jolly, are you ready to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
For the public hearing on bylaw 29, 2021 be closed.
All right, I'll call for vote on that one. That is unanimous. Oh, and actually, the master rates bylaw didn't even have a public hearing. I apologize for that one. Okay, so we're into the motions now. So does anyone want to read? First of all, Councillor Hughes, are you going to make the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't I get someone else to read the motion in? Who did the first? Doesn't matter. Anyone willing to make?
I can keep going.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Jolly.
That bylaw 29, 2021 being amendment 196 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Hughes, what is,
Okay.
going to read your amendment into the record?
Yes, that bylaw 29/2021 be amended to add a 90-day and annual portable sign permit options.
Okay. Before I accept the amendment, is there any questions on the amendment? Councillor Jolly.
I'm just wondering if the intent is to add dollar values to that so that it's done and it doesn't have to come back to us.
The dollar value should be in the master rates bylaw, which is the next thing. And,
Okay.
and the dollar rates as per the recommendation of administration.
Okay.
So yeah, that's just in 5 minutes if it passes.
Okay.
Just for clarity to Councillor Hughes, so you just want the 90, and by your motion, you're just saying that 180 and the year option is already in there? You're just adding the 90-day?
Well, that's why I was double checking the wording. So my understanding, and you can, Adrian, you can tell me if I'm incorrect, is that the current bylaw 29/21 is to add a 180 day. So that's already de facto there. And so this is to add the 90 and the annual to it. So we'd have all three options in the end. And that's how you, is that how you interpret it, Mr. Slot? For Chantel or anyone?
Yeah, I was just looking to see if I could look at the red line quick. We already had the 90 in there and we were replacing it with a 180. So I'm wondering if.
But when I looked at the bylaw, and that's why I was like, this could be confusing. The actual bylaw says that we delete 90 and substitute 180 in its place. So then I was like, so then our actual bylaw 29/2021 has 180 already there.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy to amend it to say 90, 180 and annual. And it says that we already have it there. So I was trying to get the wording correct this morning and legislature said I was right, but do you want me to say 90, 180 and annual?
So if I may, I looked at Councillor Hughes' wording this morning.
Yeah.
I looked at what this bylaw would do if it were not amended. And if it is amended, as per her wording, it will give all three options. So I think her wording is very good.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just wanted to make clear, that's all.
I'm not making an objective judgment there. I'm saying it does what she intends it to do. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Any more questions on Councillor Hughes' amendment? All right, seeing none, I'll accept your amending motion, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And just because there was that addition, it was a little confusing, which is why I wanted to make sure I didn't have extra delays in the process and have to call a recess or something. But this is just about offering flexibility and recognizing that not every business has the same portable sign needs. And that while, ultimately by giving them annual, it will, if they are just taking it for the full year, it will decrease administration's workload even further. But we have that option, so depending on whatever they happen to need, that we can actually meet it. I'm expecting this would actually decrease the number of times people have to apply, because we've already heard that 90% of the time it is going to be 6 months or greater. But it will, again, accommodate people who maybe they're just starting, maybe they don't have the same amount of money, or they have the type of restrictions applied to it. And I hear Councillor Mackay about, what if just for those two properties? But the reality is that we don't know if or when any other landlords may also put that on, or if new properties come on, it may come on. So instead of handpicking which properties get what, it's just easier to say, you know what, you will figure out what works best for you, and then and apply it accordingly. There's already going to be a discount if they go for 6 and 12 months. So they're not going to do 90, and they don't want the extra paperwork and all that kind of stuff if they don't need it. But what it does allow us to do is if people do need a 30, they're not going to pay an extra $100 for that same permit. I mean, it's certain, they need 3 months. They won't pay an extra $100 the same permit. But that being said, if they know they're going to be going longer, it will save everybody a lot of time and hassle going forward. And I do want to thank administration for bringing this forward, bringing it forward, period, to have this discussion, because previous administrations were not quite so willing to try to help businesses out. And this is really about helping out businesses and trying to help them wherever they are in their current status of where they can't, what they can afford to do and can't afford to do, that we are able to work with them so that they decrease the amount of red tape and that they can't afford to stay in business. That's really what we're trying to do here. That's it.
All right, any more comments on the amendment? All right, I'll call for the vote. So all those in favor of Councillor Hughes' amendment? That's unanimous. Okay. Back to Councillor Jolly's second reading.
So just adding as amended.
Yeah. Do you accept that? Do you have any comments on this?
Just really quickly, thanks to Colin for his work on this, even though he did this today, and Adrian and Chantal and your teams, for being proactive about changes like this that not only help businesses, as Councillor Hughes mentioned, but also help the city be more productive in our use of time. So thank you for that.
Okay. Anyone else on debate? Councillor Mackay.
It's not really on debate. It just basically pile on to Mr. Scoble and his green tape initiatives. And I'm really looking forward to seeing other ones as we move forward that come. This seems to be almost a little bit like low-hanging fruit, but at the same time, it has some real meaning for our businesses. And also, it really aligns as we start to do our recovery task force work. So again, just my kudos sort of piling on here.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor Mackay. Anyone else? All right, call for the vote. That carries unanimously. And then a third time, Councillor Jolly.
That bylaw 29, 2021 being amendment 196 to the land use bylaw be read a third time.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, if you're in the mood, Councillor Jolly, do you want to do the master rates as well?
If Renee gives me the wording for it.
Yes.
That bylaw 30/2021 being a bylaw to amend the master rates and bylaw fees be read a first time.
Okay, we'll do first reading, then do we have to add a rate in? Yeah, okay. So we'll do first reading, we'll do that rate at second reading. So all those in favor of first reading? That's unanimous. Okay, so Adrian, do we have an idea of what number we want to use?
I would just recommend using the existing rate. That's
The one in the backgrounder was 161 for the 9 days and 460 if you wanted the annual. So that was what I was going to put for my amendment.
Okay, all right. So nothing needs to be changed. Okay, all right, no amendments needed.
No, we need to do an amendment so that we can add.
So we don't scratch that out and we keep it in, right? So we need wording on that one. I'm looking down.
I have ready to go. I sent that this morning as well.
Okay, go ahead. I think it's there too.
You want me to do second reading first?
This is an amendment to second reading.
Okay, so just.
But I have to do second reading first.
Just read it into the record.
Yeah, just that bylaw 30/2021 be read a second time.
Thanks. All right, now the amending motion, Councillor Hughes.
All right, it's okay. We're all on top of it. It's good.
Yep.
That bylaw 30/2021 be amended to add a fee of $161 for a 9-day portable sign permit and $460 for an annual portable sign permit.
Okay, 1,460 was already there. You're just adding the 161.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the current rate at the 90, what they're currently charging for 90.
Okay. All right. Anything further on this?
This is just about, we're keeping the current rate for this, and all of these are according to what was recommended for the numbers by administration. Right. So there'll certainly be a motivation to do it for annual, but that's only if it works for the people. Otherwise, they're paying more money than they need to if they only need 6 months, for example.
Okay.
But yeah, and I want to thank the administration as well for being open to doing all three and not saying they can't do it, but rather that they're willing to work together to make this the best possible bylaw. Thank you for that.
Okay, call for the vote on the amending motion. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Back to you, Councillor Jolly, for second reading as amended.
As amended. You want me to read that in again?
Just as amended, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm calling for the vote on this one. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Councillor Mackay, do you want to do unanimous consent? Unmute.
Sorry, I was trying. I was pulling a Colin here. I was trying to pull Colin. Sorry, Colin. I apologize. The unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 30/2021.
Thank you for that. Call for the vote. That is unanimous. Back to you, Councillor Jolly.
That bylaw 30/2021 be read a third and final time.
All right, calling for the vote. All those in favor? That passes. All right. Okay. Next on our agenda is in camera. So, well, sorry, no, we have presentations, delegations, and appointments. We have none. And then we have any announcements, any IRs, I think. Councillor Mackay, do you have something?
Yeah, I've got to read in that motion there.
Great, and then Councillor Jolly has one as well.
Okay. I'm just trying to find it. You want me to do it now, or yeah. I'm just trying to find it here. Sorry. Oh, there it is. That the City of St. Albert second, the City of Lethbridge proposed 2021 AUMA resolution requesting the government of Alberta to make appropriate legislative changes to enable electronic voting for the 2025 municipal elections.
All right, thank you for that. We'll get that onto our agenda right away. And then Councillor Jolly, you had one today.
Yeah, I've got two, and just the first one, in kind of talking with Mayor Herron this morning, she just wanted me to give a quick overview in terms of the timing of this motion. So as everyone here remembers, on April 6th, we were debating the naming of a new neighborhood, and I shared some concerns about our naming policy and its conflict with our commitments related to reconciliation, diversity, and inclusion. And at that time, many of us shared our similar concerns, and Mayor Heron actually suggested that a notice of motion would be appropriate for May or June, and we're in May or June. So the resulting notice is just the result of ongoing discussions that we've had really over the last 3.5 years. So that notice is that through the 2022 budget process, administration proposed a 2022 business case to undertake revisions or a rewrite of the municipal naming policy and significant names list that includes consideration of St. Albert's commitments to the Behonan Reconciliation Report, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and the St. Albert Diversity and Inclusion Declaration. And to ledge, I changed a little bit of the wording on that, so I'll send you the new wording. And then the second motion, which everyone here knows that I've also been working on for a long time, is that through the 2022 budget process, administration include in the 2022 playground replacement business case, a plan that will result in the planned Fountain Park Playground replacement being fully accessible using the Burlington Accessibility Design Standards from 2016 or any other standards recommended by administration. And I'll send it in tonight.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Councillor Hughes, did I see your hand pop up?
I had an information request, Mayor.
Okay.
Which was that to please provide how the city could implement a non-resident user fee on recreation, art, and cultural services, i.e. drop-in, registered user groups, support partners for communities without recreation agreements, i.e. ICFs or MOUs with the city, and the potential amount of user fee required to fully cover the city's costs, direct and indirect administer, and provide these amenities and services. This is just an information request about it.
Okay,
and I understand that it will take a while to do. So I'm not expecting an immediate turnaround time on that, just so that work for it. Thank you.
But did you want that, you know, you want that, the term,
right? Done, right? Like I know it's a lot of work, and I think that staff had mentioned it will probably take a bit longer than the typical IR process. So I'm just saying up front that I acknowledge that. And when it gets done, it gets done. And I'm not expecting to drag their feet or anything, but I just also realize that there's a lot of things to do. So when they get it, great. And I'm just, but if it's not done in 4 weeks, I'm not going to come pounding on the doors asking what's happening.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Anything else? Any more? Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I have some notices of motion. Sorry, my computer's not working. I would have mailed them in. I have 3. One, that the 3-story podium requirement for buildings in the downtown DT district be reduced to 2 stories. That's one. And I had a second one, that administration redistrict all downtown residential, which is the DR district parcels, to downtown DT district. Remove the DR district from the land use bylaw and make any necessary cleanups. And the third one was that administration redistrict all mixed commercial MC district parcels to downtown DT and remove the MC district from the land use bylaw and make any necessary cleanups. Like I said, sorry, I'm on my other computer, so I will mail them in.
Yeah, when you get a chance, just mail them in. That'd be awesome. Okay. Thank you for that. Interesting. Didn't see that one coming. I think, is there any more announcements? Notice motion or IRs? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You, at the top of our meeting, you had asked for anybody to make comments around Truth and Reconciliation and what we spent some time in silence considering. And I just didn't want to have the opportunities to slide by and not say something. And, you know, my heart broke on the weekend to hear what was found in Kamloops. And it just brought again to mind the very necessary imperative of continuing the Truth and Reconciliation process. We've done work here in St. Albert, and for that we could be justifiably somewhat pleased. However, we can lead even stronger than that. And I think that we have a council here that's determined to do that. And Councillor Jolly and her motion tonight around naming is a start. And we're all wearing orange tonight in some form or another. But that doesn't get us where we need to go either. But it is a step. And, you know, to our Indigenous brothers and sisters, because that's what they are, you know, my heart went out to them. They were broken as a result of something. And, you know, we just need to stand up next to them and stand side by side and love them and honor them for who they are and help them get through this. And we have to acknowledge our part in it and then persevere. So that's my heart anyway. So I got a chance to say it.
Nope, that's why I wanted you guys to take the time. I didn't want to put you on the spot and but also give you the opportunity. So if anyone else wants to add, I'm sure there will be a lot of community conversations about this. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I'm currently studying grade 7 social studies for the second time. And as a result of it, we go into quite a bit of detail about the history of Canada. And it was actually horrifying to see how poorly the First Nations were treated and how poorly the Métis were treated as Canada progressed. Like, and how promises were broken repeatedly. Contracts were not admitted, like actually forgotten the minute they were signed by governments. And after I read it, I wanted to personally apologize to every person who had ever had to go through that, because it was just absolutely horrific. And part of it was watching and reading about the residential schools, and to just say that those children have gone through hell at the most vulnerable time of their lives. And those 215 children that were found, we just came to realize about their lives, but the hell that they went through, and everyone else who survived it or who didn't survive it, that we are not acknowledging today. That's the real thing, is that we just came to an awareness this past weekend about the potential of how much hell that they've gone through. But it doesn't even touch the tip of the iceberg as to what they actually had to endure. And I've had the privilege of learning more about it. And I'm genuinely sorry for what those families had to endure for all those years. And the fact that we had residential schools going for 120 years and didn't even end the 1990s is something that every politician up to the 1994, 1996 when it ended needs to be accountable for, because this could have stopped a long time ago, and it should have stopped a long time ago. And it continued for over a century. So that's what I learned this past year teaching social studies in grade 7. And I'm grateful for that level of awareness that we were able to come to about what these forgotten children have had to endure, and the kindness that they had to show to each other when they had none from anyone else. So I'm genuinely sorry for what they had to experience, but I am also grateful that has been brought to people's attention, and that it is no longer discarded to the side because of what has happened. But those children, they died such a long time ago. And so for finally, the first time, they've not been forgotten. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council. It was an emotional weekend, I'd say, and even today. So I appreciate your words. I need a motion to go into camera for item 16.1, which is a regional economic recovery matter. Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Sorry, just finding it, that council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the CAO pursuant to section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
All right, I will call for the vote on that. All those in favor? All right, so Mr. Scoble, I assume Renee is going to set up a breakup room for us. You would like Trevor there, Mike there?
Yeah, Carrie, excuse me, Carrie, Trevor and Mike.
Okay.
Mayor Herron, if you don't mind, I think what we'll do, because we're doing it this way and it's at the end of the meeting, if I can make you host and you can make the breakout room.
I can do it.
That's great. Awesome.
Okay.
I will do that.
Thanks. Kevin, did you need David at all?
Actually, I think we'll be okay this evening.
Okay, so just Carrie, Trevor, and Mike. All right, making it now.
And I'm still here, just moving to my in-camera spot.
Okay.